Yes, thank you for joining us on Escape to Nature. My name is Cedric Dold, and I'm hoping that everybody had a wonderful sunrise safari, and I'm sure there was fantastic sightings all around. And I'm hoping that we can get some amazing things here from Okokweyo in Namibia. And definitely I am going to be looking around for any interesting animals, birds that's going to be coming around to this pan this morning. But yes, you can see we are live. This is an interactive show. And of course, here on Escape to Nature, if you've got any suggestions or comments, questions, please send them through to me. I will be waiting here patiently and hoping I can answer as many questions for you this morning. But yes, I'm happy that Taylor's got Kushaba this morning there towards Chitwa side. Fantastic that she could reunite with her favorite leopardess. I know she is quite a stunning female, Kushaba. So yes, never know, maybe this afternoon again on our sunset safari, she might go back that side and see if she can get another visual of that beautiful female. So other than that, I am just sitting here. We did have quite a few wildebeest that came down to the watering hole, but it seems like they have moved off. But yes, yesterday morning was quite a scorcher, about 36, 37 around here at Okokweyo. And I think today might be the same. But talking about weather, let's go and take a look what the weather is like here today. Yes, definitely. Looks like Okokweyo once again is going to be quite warm around here in Namibia, about 38, 39 degrees Celsius for the day, which is fantastic. It is nice when it is like this because, of course, water becomes quite a necessity for animals on very hot days. But I'm just looking around. Once again, we've got our black-necked grebes that's still swimming around as always inside the little pan, and I just love watching them around this side. Actually, they are the most cutest thing, and the males are absolutely so pretty. The male black-necked grebe, absolutely stunning. Let me see if I can get them. That's what they used to. Yeah, they used to call them. What you call it? I think like a little grebe and dab chicks, that's it, dab chicks. So that was the old name, dab chicks. So like they used to dab down and come back up. So of course, a black neck dab chick. But they are beautiful, and especially when they do, when the male does display, he's got this beautiful. He actually fans out the feathers alongside his head and then on his neck, and absolutely, that's quite amazing. So you can see how they dab down. I wonder if that's why they call them the dab chicks. I don't know why they changed the name to grebe. Maybe because. Once again, reclassification of birds in the areas. But look at them actually dabbing down and just taking a look if they can catch any little water arthropods or even maybe little tadpoles or even fish. But just taking a look at them, absolutely adore them. Looks like just the male. It looks like the male to the left, but they can stay underwater for quite some time. Crystal, good morning. Thanks for joining us on Escape to Nature. Yes, definitely. Once again, it is blue skies here at Okokweyo, and definitely it is so stunning aside as always. And I think as the weatherman said, it is going to be quite a scorcher around here. I'm just going to scan the area a little bit just to take a look. You can see one or two of the blue wildebeest walking in the distance. And it seems like there's quite a few of the zebras as well that's coming maybe down for a drink not too long from now. But this coalcrete is quite interesting. This white coalcrete is it seems like it's so bright. I think it must be quite interesting just to be walking on these salt pans and walking around there with all that whiteness. I think definitely the eyeballs will take quite a bit of a strain if you don't wear sunglasses there. There's a lot of little doves, a lot of red-billed aquilias coming down for drinks. I'm also trying to look for the Namakwa dove. So Namakwa dove definitely is quite a common dove around in Namibia, of course in the Namakwa area. And I'm just taking a look closely at some of these doves. You see sometimes there on Djuma we do get to see, I've seen Namakwa doves here before. Not common at all, but they do hang around there. It looks like a laughing dove. It's having a little bit of a drink. Okay, turtle doves. Might be a little bit windy. I think that's why there's a little bit of a shake to it. But yes, it is sad. I'm thinking about Nkanyeni. Nkanyeni, of course, that beautiful leopardess there on Torchwood, Buffalo's Hook area that always used to roam that side. I was very fortunate seeing that beautiful leopardess since 2010. And she sighted a beautiful male called the Torchwood Male. And I remember he ventured all the way towards the western sector of the Sabi Sands. And I got to see when I went to work in the western sector, got to see that male that side, and he did well, but then he just disappeared as well. I think maybe he moved on and got pushed out by another male called the Ravenscourt, and day one that was running, or used to run that area. But yeah, last time I saw Nkanyeni was when I started with Wild Earth, and that was the beginning of March. I saw Nkanyeni on the Cheetah Cutline Junction. I remember that sighting, and that was my last sighting with her. So yeah, rest in peace, my girl. I'm sure she gave everybody a wonderful time, a good viewing, and she lived to a fantastic age. I mean, I think just going over 16 years old. So definitely for a leopardess, it is brilliant, great age, great time, and definitely not too young. I remember she used to come quite a bit onto Nkoro when I was working in Nkoro, so that's why Torchwood was just above Nkoro, and she used to always come in towards, and I remember her and Tandi's territories used to overlap quite a bit on Nkoro, so of course Nkanyeni used to come south from the boundary into Nkoro towards into the Rapapi River, and got to see Nkanyeni coming towards the lodge area. She was in the lodge a few times. Fantastic times. I've got a female kudu, just looking back. Yesterday was quite interesting. I had a lonely female kudu that was quite large, and she was waddling all over the show by herself and not having a herd with her. Definitely this female is not as large as that female from yesterday. You can just see by the tummy, but the female from yesterday, definitely she was quite pregnant. I wonder where's the rest. They usually travel in herds, in family groups. So interesting that she's deciding to venture around here by herself. Maybe just taking a lonely stroll, contemplating about life and where is she going to go and browse after the drink. Always quite aware when they come down to these watering holes, just making sure that there's no danger, and especially that she is alone. I'm sure the rest must be behind her. Maybe she's just, she's like me, 5 steps ahead. I always have coffee about 1 hour before I leave the house, and always there the others are coming now. She's like me, always ahead of time. Maybe she's like the lookout. They're using her as the one to go ahead, and in case of any danger, you never know, maybe she's the one that has to warn others. But yeah, it would be better if there were more around her. I can see she's going to look back now. Where are you? Where are you, my sisters and aunties? You should be coming now. You should be following me. I do love these kudus, absolutely amazing. I love just the way they walk, especially when you're looking at the views. If I can try and get a little bit closer. I'm just hoping that it's not going to have too much shaky here. But let's take a look. And you'll find once, like the kudu, bushbuck, nyala, you actually look at them walking. They actually put their hind hoof exactly where their front hoof was placed. The whole idea of that is just to reduce noise. So when they do walk through very thick areas and that, instead of putting hooves all over the show, they just kind of use the same front hoof print to put their hind hoof in. So just to reduce the noise levels there. As I said, with the nyala and bushbuck, same thing. They all pretty much enjoy. Their preferred habitat is riverines and drainage lines and thickets. Here comes the rest. Yep. The rest of the herd. That's one then. It'd be quite interesting to kind of maneuver around all these concrete rocks that's lying all over the show here. And yesterday we had a huge herd of eland as well with all their little calves, and it was quite interesting just to watch their ways of kind of placing their hooves around them, and especially the poor young calves. One or two of them were struggling a little bit. They're not too used to kind of keeping an eye on all four placements. Oh, here comes more. Oh, wrong one. Oh, wrong way. Okay, there it is. The one in the background is quite excited. So yeah, with the kudus, of course, with all these are now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 females. Or is that one a young male? I double check male before I say 5 females. That's one I don't. There's no young male yet. Oh, there is a young male. So the one that was running in there. Are these little horns coming through? Is it? Yeah, it is a young male. So it's 4 females and a young male. So pretty much when it comes to kudus, when it comes to their social structure, the females all pretty much are related. So all these 4 females will be like maybe half sisters or aunts and mothers and grannies and that. So they're all very much related. That young male will also be the son of one of these females. For now, he hasn't been really pushed out of this herd. But yeah, if that young male gets usually to around about maybe 2.5, slowly but surely, of course, it becomes more sexually active. If the females go into heat, into estrus, the dominant males, the big boys with these big spiraled horns, the stunning males, the males there will not tolerate that young male's presence around there, and he'll pretty much chase him away. Oh, there's another one just coming out of nowhere. Okay, well, we've got another one that just was maybe the little, what can I say? Oh, and another one, a young male. Oh, I'm missing all of them. Oh, there's another one. Okay, there's a whole lot. Alright, I just missed him. there's all the goodies. Oh, no, I didn't even see them. Sorry, Max, we asked the question there. Adam, yes, sometimes you'll find that when the males get pushed out and all that, they'll group up with other males just to kind of create almost like a bachelor herd. Once again, it's all like, even like impalas and that's, and even nyalas. The whole idea of that is just to keep safe. You've got more buddies with you, more eyes, more ears. Make sure that you're not going to be a lonely one walking around and walking with like I can say, a lot of nervous moments. So I'd rather have more ears and eyes there. Alright, well, I don't know if it's the same now herd, because it could be the same family. I'm not too sure. So it'll be interesting to see a little bit of interaction between them while the ones are coming down to the ones that's going up. So maybe a bit of sniffing and greeting maybe, you never know. Yep, they're going past, just looking at each other. Yeah, looks like maybe a different herd.
All the ladies are coming.
Jason, while I'm being cinematic. From the sublime to the ridiculous, everybody.
Of that ethereal and unattainable thing, the happy marriage.
nice to see him.
This is an unbelievable afternoon.
Alright, so yep. Well, one female is still just drinking, the one that was ahead, and it looks like the others are still slowly ambling down. Not too much in a rush for this time of the morning. I think once it starts heating up, I'm sure they want to try and move away, not be here in this open clearing. It's quite interesting to see the little blackneck grebes, just one on either side of this kudu. And they're floating past, doing a floating pass by, yeah. And I love those little white bottoms of the grebe. You can see it goes like almost like a U shape. Very cute. Of course, you must understand that these pans that you see now at Okukuyu Pan, it is pumped by a borehole, so there is water throughout the year, even when it comes to the dry seasons, because it is very important to make sure that there is water for animals around. Water is life, so it is very, very critical and crucial. They're not the most, I can say, they're not the most bravest antelopes really going into the water. If I've seen something like the Gemsbok, the springbuck, when they drink, they don't just drink from the side of the pan itself. They actually go like practically almost knee deep into the water, maybe even belly deep into this pan, and kind of cool down that way. But kudu, I've never really seen them kind of really, I can say, drinking in deeper water. They will rather just stick to the sides and be a little bit safer that way for them. Oh, I'm just getting a little bit of a scare there. Oh, there's something coming up on the right. A little springbuck. There's a little springbuck for the morning. And we are going to see loads of them during Escape to Nature. There's so many of these antelope around here at Okukuyu in the Etosha. So Etosha is a large, a little bit of read over. Etosha is quite a large reserve, huge. There's 8 million hectares compared to now the Greater Kruger Park. That's other words, that's the Kruger Park on top of all the private reserves surrounding the Kruger Park that's open to the Kruger Park. We'll call it the Greater Kruger Park. So that's the Sabi Sand, Manaleti, Tamawati, Klasiri, Thorny Bush, all those areas, that is pretty much open to the Kruger Park, and that is just estimate about 2.4 million hectares. So 2.4 million hectares. So in other words, Etosha is around about just under 4 times larger than the Greater Kruger National Park. That is quite large. Oh, got some wildebeest coming down as well onto the right hand side. On screen, if you do see a lot of this bird activity, these huge flocks that's coming through and passing by, pretty much kind of against this beautiful blue sky. It's most of the red-billed aquilias that do nest around these areas, and I think some of these thorn trees, and they really kind of nest close to each other, one another. And when they come in numbers, it is absolutely fantastic. I think Ben was explaining something about you can actually put music to the way they fly, for sure. Definitely when you get those big flocks and it almost looks like a cloud, you can put a beautiful like Mozart or Beethoven to that flight pattern of those aquilias. I want a cat. I think I want to find a feline now. I'm hoping maybe today sometime. Hoping my luck will be on my side. But I think for now, that is going to be so hard. I don't think much is going to come down in a cat form. You'll never know. Yo, Darcy Miller. I looked at that video. Darcy Miller, it was very difficult to tell. I mean, if I looked at the location as well, it's very difficult. It could be a male coming in from the Kruger Park side. It wasn't too far from the Kruger boundary as well. So, that it could be very easily a male from that side. If you're looking at a male from that area, I mean, usually I'm not going to, it's speculation, quarantine and Shavambaline hangs into that area, so you never know. But I'm not going to, there's just all speculation. It could be just a random male that's coming through the area as well. So, but there was no kind of confirmation on that male leopard. But I also just watched that, and it just seems like Nkanyeni was just not running. She was not up, she was more kind of, bouncing, past. It seemed like she was not on full pace at all to get away. So it was very strange situation. But sometimes that can happen. Sometimes you'll find maybe a female that's getting into 16, 17 years old. But then again, Safari, that's of course Tandi's grandmother. I mean, Safari got up to 18, 19 years old. And I think she was mating as well already at 17. I think she might have lost at her last litter. That's what I'm talking about, 2009, 2010. I think she was also mated for the last time, but I don't know if she took or not, at that age. So maybe Nkanyeni was maybe she wasn't going into heat. She could not go into heat anymore. I mean, that's always a possibility. So pretty much it's not really no use for a male then. But yeah, it's just all speculation. But anyway, rest in peace Nkanyeni. Great female, and she had a fantastic life. Oh, looks like the Kaidus are pretty much heading away. I'm sure they might go back into the thicket, especially if it's going to get so hot. So they're going to go and try and do some browsing in the area and feeding. Maybe they want to come down. I saw a little calf, a wildebeest calf just now earlier. So yeah, maybe I'm hoping that we will see another one coming through. I know that Lauren in Madikwa was seeing a few of that side. Yeah, right now I'll try and get some to the birds, but this camera sometimes just shakes a little bit. But let's see if we can get in there. I'm not the most steadiest with a camera here, so but I'll try. It looks like in frame we got a little juvenile leopard, juvenile blacksmith leopard. You can just see still got a bit of downing feathers there on the bottom area as well on the neck area, but yeah, slowly but surely he's getting his adult plumage. And you see the one here. Sometimes you'll find even these little lapwings, the chicks itself, they will wander off all by themselves and all around the dam with the close eye of the parents. So I'm sure the parents will be here somewhere. I'm trying to see if I can find any of the parents, but they will be here somewhere. As well, I had the Namaqua sandgrouse that was not too long ago around the water edge, but it looks like as I got them into frame, they are so quick. The same as your double-banded sandgrasses that we do get there at oh, there they come, little Namaqua sandgrasses. Look at that. Oh, that is excellent. So, 4 of them, absolutely stunning. Of course, with the male with that beautiful collar around him and the female doesn't have that. Oh, that is stunning. We don't get this at Juno. No, I don't think I've ever seen it in America. I don't think we don't get this. This is more on the western side of South Africa and into Namibia. So we don't think we don't get them at Juno, but we get the double banded sandgrouse. So they are so quick. When they take off, they got typical like that. We call it it's like a white muscle, breast muscle. So it almost acts like an elastic band. It's the same as your guinea fowl, same as your franklins, your spur fowls. So anything that really pretty much feeds along the ground area, if they need to take off very quickly. Your courses, your bronze-wing courses, your dikhops, particularly, see how quickly they went very quick. So it's almost like acts like an elastic band and shooting off. There's a whole lot of them here now. There's lots of Namakwa sandgrouse. It's fantastic. All right, well, we are going to we're going to still spend around here at Okaukuejo Pan and see what else I can find. Let's head over to the northwest with Lauren at Madikwe. I think she's still sitting with those tawny cats.
Good morning, everyone. We are still sitting here at Madikwe Game Reserve watching our full and snoozy kitty here. But determined not to leave the wildebeest, which she is so tightly wrapped around the base of the sicklebush. I think it's to avoid scavengers, aerial and terrestrial. Vultures can't see it, and maybe hyenas would have a tough time coming in and trying to yank it away. It's going to provide a little bit of a challenge. Good morning, my name is Lauren. Davy is with me on camera, and believe it or not, there are other members of the pride there, but we can't see them. We've not got a good view. The sickle bush is very, very thick here. Oh, bless you. But this lioness is just beautiful enough. We're going to sit and just spend some time with her. Lots of silences, listening to the sounds of the bush, paying attention to all the small things that are going on. There's lots of activity in front of her with the sort of stomach contents of the wildebeest carcass. Flies, butterflies. There's always something to look at. And it's really overcast today. I'm just surprised. Yesterday it was scorching. Yesterday felt like a really hot summer's day in South Africa. But today is overcast, which is a good thing. I'm just hoping we don't get any rain. You look slightly uncomfortable, my dear. I always think it's quite endearing that one lion or one lioness will stay with the carcass. The rest have tucked themselves really neatly into a big bed of grass underneath the sickle bush. But this one, she hasn't left it. Good morning, Jerome. Lovely to hear from you and know that you're jumping back on board with us. I am sure you, of all people, will help us get started on great discussion topics. But yes, she is a beautiful lioness. She looks older to me. Sort of got those old girl eyes, haven't you? Wise eyes. Know all, see all. And this kill was made in the wee early hours of the morning. We double checked, and I haven't done a total body count, but it's not a huge pride, and therefore I think they must have been pretty hungry. But if you think about a wildebeest compared to a buffalo, it's actually not that big. So there are some sub-adults here too, so with lots of hungry mouths to go around, it makes sense that the carcass is almost finished. Not completely though. Oh, I knew that was going to happen at some point. exo you can see here. I think Darby might be able to show you.
Not all of it, but
Not all of it, yes. You see this lovely black bar exo? That's quite problematic for filming, but Darby will do his best. There's the stomach contents on the right there. The stomach is opened and all the sort of rumen, if you like, spread on the ground. Then there are some organs. But that's probably all from the inside. They're definitely going to eat most of the inner organs that they can because that's where all the nutrients are. That's where the macro, the micro, all the nutrients that they require are mostly harbored in the organs. They're the most nutritious, also very soft and probably very palatable if you're a lion. Then they start making their way out by eating the muscle. And muscle is predominantly protein and not so soft, if you like. So they will go for the inner organs first, but they will completely avoid the stomach and surrounds. Intestines, anything to do with that digestive tract, they will ignore. They don't ever eat that. And if you see a sort of curious cub trying to eat it, you'll see the face that they pull after it. So most predators do leave that part behind. And then, of course, they won't eat the horns and hooves and the skin. But all the inner parts, all the flesh, they really will devour. And feline nutrition specifically is actually quite interesting because it's obviously a high diet in terms of protein and fats. Believe it or not, animal flesh contains fats. So I'm talking about feline as in carnivores like lions, not your cats at home. And it's really low in carbs. So it's a really high protein diet. But they obviously need glucose to fuel their brains. Of course they do. And their bodies, I guess. Now, the glucose that does fuel their brains and bodies is actually synthesized from several amino acids which can be metabolized from glucose. And glucose and glycerol, actually, both of them are derived from fats. So from the fats that they eat, the animal fats from the flesh that they're devouring, they can actually then break it down into the building blocks, the amino acids, and then synthesize their own glucose to fuel their brain. So the body does that. So ultimately, they can get all the glucose that they need in a diet completely free from carbs. But I guess it is worth noting, losing my words here, that some predators will slightly nibble on the partially digested plant matter that we just showed you from the stomach contents. Some of them will do that. And this will provide a little bit of carbs from them. But I've personally never seen this. I've seen it in studies, but not with my own eyes. And even as far as vitamins go, cats actually need a completely different range of vitamins than other animals. Vitamins, when you sort of look at them across the animal kingdom, it's very much defined on a per species basis. Every species is different. And cats don't actually require ascorbic acid, which is vitamin C. Their bodies actually synthesize ascorbic acid themselves. So there's no need to eat fruit or snack on an orange, or actually bell peppers are higher in vitamin C than oranges, FYI. So their body actually uses what little carbs they do ingest to make ascorbic acid, to make vitamin C. And they do get some carbs from the partially digested plant matter. So that's why sometimes you will see them nibbling on it. It's fascinating. face my fears like this. Oh, we've stopped. She's trying to dislodge something, I think. Possibly a hairball, a bit of wildebeest, who knows. I know we liked you better when you were facing the other way. Joe, I actually don't. Reason being, it is quite well hidden. It's a small carcass. It's in quite a thick area. It's summer now. The bush is very dense. And she has really wrapped it around. It was fascinating watching her do that. Tightly wrap it around the base of that tree. And I don't. I mean, vultures are highly visual, but they're also olfactory. They can smell. So if they were nearby and they picked up on any scent in the wind, they may be able to. And if they saw any signs, I am a firm believer, after working in the Sabi Sands for 3.5 years, that the vultures in the Sabi Sands have developed such a relationship with the lions that they actually follow the lions. Not directly. I mean, you're not going to see a lion and a little vulture just tailing behind, but they keep their eyes on the lion prides at all times. They know where the lions are because the lions in the Sabi Sands take down big items of prey, like giraffes, buffalo, and it really benefits the vultures. I'm convinced that they keep track of the lions. Whereas here, it's a bit of a different area, different sort of topography, and different prey that the lions take down. And if they are aware of where the lions are, they may then get a whiff and they'll know that there's a carcass in the area. But visually, I think from the air, they are not going to be able to. Oh, Crystal, thank you so much. You love learning from me. I love learning too. I'm reading all these books and I always try to further that education. It's all good and well just repeating yourself every day, which I think a guide must make sure, a naturalist, sorry for Wild Earth, must make sure they don't do. And it's all good and well sort of regurgitating facts, but you also need to push your own... That butterfly almost landed on the lioness. That's a dream shot right there. But you've really got to push yourself, otherwise you'll become really stagnant, and you'll become stagnant in your own delivery and in your own self, in your own brain. So I always do try to push myself to learn outside the norm. So thank you, Crystal. I'm trying to teach myself now the very blurry lines between male and female in the animal kingdom, and I'm completely excluding humans. Completely. I know we are animals, but I think it just gets a bit messy when you start to talk about those kind of things in humans. So I think I'm completely excluding that. But it's just really fascinating when you dive into the species, the adaptations, and the sort of wiggly line that evolution really has taken. And I was reading about a specific type of mole. I'm trying to think what type of mole it was. I wrote it down. Talpa europea, if anyone is interested in the Latin name. And this mole really goes against all the norm, if you like. It's a really wondrous creature and completely solo operator, if you like, who makes her living by hunting worms. And she uses a network of tunnels underground that act as like her own form of animal trap. And when a worm pushes through her little subway ceiling, if you like, she quickly sniffs it out. She's highly olfactory. And once she's got it, she doesn't kill it. She actually paralyzes it with her venomous saliva, which is not so nice. And she stores it in her larder. So that's all fair and well. That's pretty much what moles do. Nothing very special there. But her sex is special, because the female mole, her gonads are described as ovotesticles, because she has what appears to be testicles, but she is classified as female. Say what? They're actually called ovotestes, and they are internal reproductive organs, but they consist of ovarian tissue, female tissue at one end, and testicular tissue at the other. I mean, that is very confusing. But basically, the ovarian side of the ovotestes produces eggs, and it expands greatly, and that's when it's really visible, so you would be forgiven to think that you're looking at a male. It expands greatly during the short breeding season. But once reproduction's finished and it's over, the egg-making tissues, the ovarian tissues, shrink dramatically, and the testicular tissue expands. Then it expands entirely, so it's almost larger and almost all-consuming of the ovarian tissue. These are full of specialized cells called Leydig cells, and these cells make testosterone, not sperm. That's the difference. And one of the common flaws in today's world, even with humans, is thinking that testosterone is male. No, females have testosterone too. I have testosterone. All females that are listening right now, you have testosterone. Every human being has testosterone. In different levels, yes. But it's sort of a bit of a myth. We always think testosterone males, estrogen females. And it's really not like that. And I think in the human world, we are learning that. People have a different level and a different balance of these hormones. But basically, this hormone, testosterone, in the mole, what it actually does is exactly what you would think it would do with the male. It actually beefs her up and gives her really strong muscles and makes her very aggressive. So by being aggressive and having extra muscle, she's now got extra digging power. And now that she's done with the sort of reproductive part, she's now really strong and angry, so she's really good at defending her pups and her larder. Remember that larder of worms she's keeping? She's keeping them for her pups. It also means her genitalia are very difficult to distinguish between male and female, similar to hyenas. So, I ask you, what sex are they? Is she female? Is he male? It's a very tricky one. No sperm is produced, and I think that's where you can draw the line. But what I'm trying to say is when you really dive into the role of male and females, it's utterly fascinating, the survival technique. And it all boils down to sexual selection, which was derived from Charles Darwin after natural selection. Because Charles Darwin thought, natural selection is great. I'm onto something here. I'm on a winner. That whiskey really helped me last night, and I have found the theory of natural selection. But there are some things that are just not working, like a peacock's tail. And that's when sexual selection was born. So it all derives from that. But this example of the female mole actually forces us to sort of confront these age-old assumptions about what distinguishes the sexes in the animal kingdom, might I highlight. So for the majority of the year, this mole, in terms of genitals, gonads and hormone levels, could easily be mistaken for a boar. Is it a boar for half the year? It gets very tricky when you boil into the animal kingdom, and then when you really start to understand why evolution has evolved that way, then it becomes really mind-blowing. And I know we're looking at lions, but it's also when you think about lions, the sexes, I mean, it's the same species, but the difference in the sexes, the behavior, the physical appearance is also quite striking. It's really not linear in the animal kingdom, and you've got to sort of really try to understand why these things happen. And although that was a bit of a graphic description, it's just mind-blowing. And it boils down to evolution has derived this way of being for the mole, that is the best advantage for her. She needs extra power and aggression to dig. She needs to be stronger and bigger at some parts of the year, but not always. Then she needs to produce eggs in order to reproduce. So it's very, very confusing. And David, you are asking, is she, let's just go with she. Is the mole, is she a hermaphrodite? Good question. Hermaphrodites in the animal kingdom are very, very complicated. And gender completely exists on a spectrum. There are different types of being a hermaphrodite. You can have both organs at once, both male and female organs, or you can develop. So you can have sequential hermaphrodites who start off one sex and then change into the other. And it can go from male to female in many examples, and then it can also go from female to male. It really depends on what species you're looking at. But I don't believe that mole is classified as a hermaphrodite. I believe in science she is classified as a female. She has an entire female reproductive system and no male genitalia that is to be able to be used in reproduction. So no penis and no sperm production, and therefore she's not classified as male. In order to be a hermaphrodite, you have to have, in the animal kingdom I'm talking about, you have to have functional reproductive systems of both sexes. It gets really, really complicated, and sometimes your brain just like, wait, what? Because it's just not what we're used to. We're used to thinking in a very linear way, male and female, male and female, female estrogen, male testosterone. And it's just really not like that. It's quite inaccurate, especially when you look at the chromosomes. I've touched on this the other day. XX for female, XY for male. Again, that's not accurate. But that's how we are taught in biology from a young age. But it's not quite the case, and the Y chromosome is disappearing. Bye-bye. No longer going to be around. It may take a few million years, but still. So you can get complete hermaphrodites, you can get partial hermaphrodites. So it is very complicated, David, but great question. And I don't believe this mole is classified as a hermaphrodite because she doesn't have although she has testicular tissue, she doesn't actually produce viable sperm. She can't reproduce through any male organ. It's crazy. Think about the African land snail. They're hermaphrodites. Think about flatworms. That's a crazy one. They're both hermaphrodites and they are not sequential. They have both organs at the one time. And they actually have what is scientifically classified as a war called penis fencing. Yes, I'm not being vulgar, that's what it's called. And when they first meet, it's a battle. None of them want to be the female. Because female means that you have to produce eggs and it takes a lot more energy and you don't produce as much offspring. So they have a war with their penis. It's called penis fencing. And whoever wins, whoever jabs the other first, then gets to insert their sperm. And the person who was jabbed, who technically lost the battle, then has to accept the sperm and use their female organs. Very complicated, you know. Sometimes when I think about it, I am like, okay, just give me a minute to get my head around this. But that's how it is in the animal kingdom. And these two flatworms, none of them want to be the female, really. So they're both fighting to get the position of male. That's why they're using the male reproductive organ to jab one another. And the successful one gets to be the male, delivers sperm, and off they go on to the next war. And really, in the animal kingdom, what does it mean to be female? What does it mean to be male? You've got to ask yourself these questions. Sadly, our lioness has given us not the best views again, but at least she's not sleeping. She's staying very alert. I love lions, but sitting next to sleepy lions for a large length of time can be not as entertaining. I think that wildebeest and zebra are the most common prey for lions to take down. We have seen lions on a buffalo carcass. Never a giraffe at Madikwe. That doesn't mean it doesn't happen. I'm just saying what we've managed to witness. And I think wildebeest and zebra, because they are so numerous. They're big enough for more than one lion, and impala wouldn't really be. I remember watching prides of lions fight the Lowveld over impala. It doesn't last long. So I think really wildebeest and zebra are the top prey items on the menu for the lions. do have a funny comment from Quincy. I'm so sorry, Quincy. You said, Lauren, please stop. I'm a 73-year-old and you just blew up my whole life and belief system. I'm so sorry, Quincy. I'm not trying to. I just find it really fascinating. And the book that I'm reading by a wonderful author called Lucy Cook, she actually says that our entire belief system has been blinkered by age-old, well, let's just say centuries of sort of sexist thinking, if you like. Human sexist thinking that has been portrayed and put onto the animal kingdom. And I wrote down a quote because I like to mark quotes in the book, and I thought this was quite a good one. And it says, a female's role was as selfless mother, naturally. As such, maternal efforts were deemed all alike. We had zero competitive edge. Sex was a duty rather than a drive. And as far as evolution was concerned, it was males who drove the bus of change. We females could hop on for a ride, thanks to shared DNA, as long as we promised to stay nice and quiet. And I thought, wow, because what it's actually saying, when you think about sexual selection, it was deemed for a long time, including Charles Darwin, that because the males have the fancy peacock feathers and the antlers or the horns, or the male lions grow a big mane, it's all about the males. The males are the drivers for change, and the females just hop on that bus, share the DNA. But let me ask you guys a question. Who's making the decision? Who's actually choosing? Yes, the peacocks and the antelopes and the lions are displaying and they're showing off, but who is the one that actually decides? Drum roll. The females. The ball is always in the court of the females in the animal kingdom, mostly. They are the ones making the choice. The male lion doesn't get to say, hey, I've got a mane now, it's all about me. No, the females have to choose. Especially in those species where the mating display is very elaborate. Look at me, I've got fancy feathers, I'm going to do a little dance for you. The female can say, no, you're not good enough. It's female choice that drives sexual selection. But from our perception, centuries old, we've always looked at it that it's the males, because the males are the ones going through these elaborate displays and all these functions and performances. No, it's the female choice. The female has such a bigger role in the animal kingdom than has ever been granted. It's always just been thought to be a mother, a carer. And I guess all I'm saying here is we need to transform the way we look at, I don't want to say gender. Gender is a very human term with social context. When talking about the animal kingdom, it is the sexes. So I just sometimes think we look at the sexes in a slightly warped way. It's not that one is better than the other. It just isn't as linear and as sort of black and white, shall I say, as we ever first thought. And I think that example of the mole is just incredible. And there are so many more examples, honestly. There are actually two very distinct types of bark lice, one in South America and one in South Africa. And the females have penises and the males have vaginas. So that's all I'm going to say for now. I'm going to leave Quincy hanging on that one. And as I sit with the lions, we are going to send you over to Cedric.
Oh, so on the subject of sexes, got a nice example of a boldly separated, at least through the looks, the Inyala. So we've got a group of female Inyalas here who, unlike the male in many respects, have got no horns, And when they mature, they're a completely different color. They have far less hair, and they are significantly smaller. So really a great example of probably the greatest example, at least on the African continent, of some of the highest sexual dimorphism, fancy term for telling us that the male and female look entirely different. And so that's always a fascinating realm. It tells a story of how that identification of a particular male and the battles that they'll go through, or the competition they would go through for sexual driven to a highly realm. So sexual selection would have chosen males with certain traits, for example, to drive them into having a darker coat, more hair, and to have the biggest size. Of course, smaller males with less darker hair, and didn't obviously fit the show that was accepted by the female, would have lost out on mating opportunities. And so it's driven the species to having a drastically different appearance. It's quite interesting if you look at the similarly related species of what we refer to as spiral horned antelope. So you've got here in Kariega, we've got of course the Inyala, we've got the bushbuck, which is, it's kind of similar to an Inyala. The males also a little bit darker than the females. We've also got eland, which are one of the spiral horned antelope. And then there's the bongo, which is found in East Africa and Central Africa. And they're probably most similar looking to an Inyala. You can imagine a female Inyala like this with horns and significantly larger. Now that's an interesting species in that it's like an Inyala, but there's not as much dimorphism. They look very much the same, males and females. Now that would be interesting to know why. What has differentiated them? Anyways, if you have any questions and comments on the matter of the difference between a bongo and a Inyala and any such, I'd love to hear about it. It's an intriguing prospect, the differences in the different antelopes and the different environments that they exist. I mean, females without horns in these open plains are quite vulnerable. And you can imagine that would be the reason why you find Inyala more typically in thick habitats of dense bush, such as the Albany thickets you can find around the plains here. Romy, how do I think it would be to be a female in the wild? Well, that would require a vast amount of imagination to understand really what it means to be a female. It's quite tricky to fully grasp. You can only use your imagination and empathy to try to understand it, I suppose. It's I wouldn't I wouldn't dare try and even imagine. I would sympathize and empathize, but I don't think I would ever know what exactly it means to be a female. I definitely go through very, very different life experiences. Of course, for a start, looking after a youngster in many instances in many animals is often the mother, and then the male will have a slightly different role in assisting in the raising of that young. And in many antelope, in fact, they're not actually present at all. In fact, they probably wouldn't even know who their father was, which is quite an obscure prospect for a human being, which has an entirely different way of raising young.
It's the smell that it's really not nice. I'm too scared to remove. I'm not putting it in my mouth. Okay, you have to touch it with your tongue. It's not actually that heavy. Ah! Join me. I say join.
Okay, shall I come pull you out now?
I'm going home now.
So you can see these Inyala now slowly, as much as they're grazing and browsing along the way, they're steadily making their way back towards the kind of habitat that they prefer, which is thickets and more wooded habitats. just to the left of the screen there is a little tree line where there'll be lots of lovely browse for these Inyalas, which they do prefer. So I'd imagine what they're doing here is they're moving to these little tufts. Oh, as I continue to follow these Inyala through the plains, let's go and have a look at and see what Cedric's got in Okokoyo.
Liam, those Nyalas are absolutely beautiful. That is definitely one of my favorite antelopes. I absolutely enjoy, especially the males with that real dark chocolate color on them. And when they actually lift that beautiful hair on their spine upright, Philo erectus, and then just strutting next to each other and compete. I love them. Brilliant, brilliant animal that. And of course, as you know, Nyala is a Shangaan word meaning onion. It's pretty much almost like rings of an onion. But yes, I'm back at Okokoyo Pan. As you can see, amazing that we've got a black rhino on screen. And it is looks like it was a female, because I did see some teats, so it's nice to see this female black rhino just waiting for some zebra crossing before it is going to move on. It did come down for a little bit of a drink earlier on, but it looks like it's just hanging around, just waiting for most of these animals just to move on, and maybe it might head back into the thickets. But it's so nice to see a black rhino, and look at the horns on this female. It is so impressive. As well, with the female's horns much longer and thinner compared to males. Males got real thick horns. It looks like it wants to go. I'm just trying to figure out if these zebra have decided to move off, and maybe have a little bit of a pathway for this black rhino to head back into the thicker areas. But it is so impressive, such a beautiful animal, and I absolutely love watching them, and so nice to see a black rhino on screen. At Djuma, we always just get to see the white rhino, hardly ever the black rhino. Well, as I was saying yesterday, I think the only time I really saw a black rhino there at the northern Sabi Sands was in about 2012. It was 2012, 2013. We had one coming from Arathusa, a female black rhino, just like this one, coming across on Zebra Drive towards Triple M North, and then went into Djuma and never got to see her again. I think she went further up. Pretty much a habitat not ideal for them around that side, because of course there are not many euphorbias. That's in the northern Sabi Sands. They really do enjoy euphorbias. But yes, nice to see them. Also, now and again you'll find the female with a calf. They do not really have those territories like the males. Well, Larry, as I said, the female white rhino, if you look at the horns like this one now, very long, very thin, especially the front horn, the primary horn, it's very long and thin. And that's when you get to a male, the male at the base of the male's horn much thicker, and it will also end up a little bit thicker to the middle and to the tip as well compared to the female. Males usually tend to need a thicker horn to battle for territory. And of course, females will many times also shave their horns off on little rubbing posts and all that, having little itches and doing a lot of rubbing. But yes, it is nice, and look at even that secondary horn is absolutely amazing. Now the rhino's horn is pretty much made from a thing called a tubular filament. So tubular filament is just hardened hair, compressed hair, and that is all that it is made up of. So yes, you can cut the horn off, but give and take, it'll they say it usually takes about 4 years before it gets to a certain length, like I think up to about maybe just under 30 centimeters. So it just shows you it does grow quite quickly. But it's nice, you can see even with a black rhino, real short head compared to the white rhino. White rhino's got that long elongated head, pretty much going down close to the ground, built just for grazing, typical square lip as well. Where of course your black rhino's got a real short head and hook lip, and easy to lift its head to get hold of any of those leaves that surround you on these acacia trees, and easy for them to feed like that. But yeah, I love that little hook lip, especially that top lip. It's very quite a muscular top lip that's just wrapping around the branches and just stripping a lot of those leaves off. And if you look at a rhino's dung, for instance, if you look at a white rhino's dung, very light in color, dark in color, very black in color for the white rhino, and of course just grass inside of the dung. If you look at a black rhino dung, it's almost got like a little bit of a orangey, reddish tinge to it as well. And if you look inside of the dung, you'll find a lot of course, the leaves, because they are browsers, and you'll find a lot of the little twigs, of course, that was attached to the leaves, or the stems, and all cut pretty much at a 45-degree angle due to the molars that how they actually kind of chew on that leaves and on those stems. So yeah, the same as like the elephant. Also, rhinos, they haven't got the greatest of digestive systems, so really only has to get about 30, maybe 40% that is utilized. The rest of it is really much passed through in the dung itself. What is he saying? He just did a little bit of a turn, but trust me, these rhinos can turn on a dime if they need to. They can turn, are quite huge. I mean, a female like this will get up to about maybe 1.5, 1.4, 1.5 tons, and definitely can just turn on a dime. Very agile. You might not think so, but they are. But it's definitely just taking a look. Looks like she does want to move on. Just kind of contemplating on when and how and where. But also, if you look at the back of a black rhino, very much got that little kind of almost like a bowl shape, almost like kind of sinks in the middle of the back on the spine. Where the white rhino is very much got a straight spinal column. It doesn't have a dip in the spine at the back. It's smaller than a white rhino, so the white rhino, female white rhino will get up to about 1.8 to 2 tons. So as I like the white rhino, with the male and female around about maybe say about 0.3, 0.4 tons heavier than the black rhino. So yeah, very, very interesting just to see that. I just absolutely love them. So it's amazing that we can actually get to see them around here at Okaukue'u. And especially at this time of the morning. I was also expecting once again a late afternoon visit from them. But it's nice to have an early morning from this female. I mean, a lot of people say, I always had a lot of kids say, well, why is it called a white rhino, or why is it a black rhino? Because the coloration is not there, because it doesn't look black, it doesn't look white. And of course, the whole thing how derived from is where, of course, the white rhino pretty much has got the square lip. So it's, of course, built for the grazing, kind of just like a lawnmower. And of course, in Afrikaans, we will call it a wyd lip rhinoceros. It means a wide lip rhino. But when they communicated that through with the English and translated into the English side of things, a lot of them thought it was a wyd lip or white rhino, and of course then I thought, okay, well, it's going to be pretty much on the name of a white rhino. And contrary to that, they got this other one, of course, and we named it the black rhino. So it's got nothing to do really with any coloration of a rhino itself. Oh, okay, just doing a toilet break. Looks like he's now slowly moving away from the area. I'm hoping maybe we'll see her again later on, you never know. There's quite a scorch, I think. I just wanted to make sure that she had enough to drink for the day. Of course, you can definitely see she's taking a path that's a little bit easier, less rocks and stones underfoot. Just keep on looking maybe a little bit to the right. So I might just zoom out a little bit very soon just to take a look. Maybe something else is coming down. Alright, I'm zooming out a little bit further on. Just taking a look where she's heading. So yeah, I think she might just be heading all the way back into the tree line very shortly. But there's definitely a lot of zebras and springbuck coming down to drink as well for the morning. And I think it is always a nice watering hole for them. Something that they do need to kind of make sure that they keep themselves hydrated. Yeah. While she moves on, I'm going to just do a little bit of a scan of the pan itself. Let's see. Oh, wrong way. Back way. There we go. Oh, not that way. Okay. Once again, I'm also just hoping for some big male elephants coming down for the it looks like some more zebras. So that's Lauren's asking me what my thought is being a female in the field. Being a female in the wild. Well, no idea. I'm sorry. Yeah, no, like I don't think I actually really thought of something like that for all my life. Being a male or female in the wild, I don't know. Most probably both the same. Maybe a female in the wild could be a little bit of maybe a little bit more. How can I say? There's more work, more energy spent by a female than a male due to the fact of maybe laying eggs, maybe looking after cubs, after pups, things like that. So, sometimes, and even, of course, your lambs or any babies, any youngsters. I think maybe being a female in the wild, it is quite a tough one. I think it might be very tough. And definitely. If I have to come back as an animal or something, I'll come back as a male. Anyway, no, I think it's all different, and it will be nice. It's nice to see, like, for instance, leopards, how they really kind of look after their cubs and, spend time and work so hard. I looked at Lalamba this year when she had her 2 youngsters. She was so busy. There was no stopping. It was hunting, getting the cubs, taking the cubs back to the keel. Keel's been stolen by hyenas. So, take the cubs away from the area, go hunt again. And I think being a female in the wild is quite a tough thing. So, yeah. Yeah, no, I think it's. I think we should go ahead to Lauren, as she did. She brought up that subject, and let's see if she can continue in closing the subject on being a female in the wild.
Oh, it seems I've started something here. There's a bit of a war going on between the butterflies, all fighting over the intestine juice. Anyway, I think it's quite simple what it means to be a female in the wild. I think we're overcomplicating it. I think it is all about being a fighter for survival and not just a passive sidekick. It is sort of widely acknowledged now that although Charles Darwin was a legend, his theory of sexual selection actually drove a wedge between the sexes because it focused so strongly on our differences rather than what were similar. And believe it or not, female and males are far more alike than we are different. And Liam was right about one thing. It does take imagination. Why? It takes imagination because rather than trying to predict a female's qualities with regards to her sex, it really is shaped with regards to environment, time, chance. All of these things play a significant role in the female's sex. Nothing is static. And therefore, that does take a lot of imagination throughout the animal kingdom. But I think her role is quite simply exactly that, a fighter for survival. And what do I mean by how similar male and females are? Well, believe it or not, the estrogen receptor is prevalent through every single tissue in the body, even males. Estrogen is crucial, not just to become a female. It's also crucial for males. Males can't exist without estrogen, and the estrogen receptor is prevalent in every single tissue of the body. So this whole, like I touched on earlier, estrogen female, testosterone male, it's really, the lines are very blurred if those were our benchmarks. And the female sex hormone, estrogen, is required to make testes and sperm. And is even known to stimulate lots of male sort of reproductive behavior in some species. So estrogen is essentially crucial to be male. So all those sort of benchmarks and or you know, bullet points that we've made to be male and female, they're also blurred. Where do you draw the line, really? It's also noted that the female is the ancestral sex. It gets very complicated. I'm not even sure I have the energy to go into that. But females, well, when the first egg was laid, whenever that was in any species, comes from females. So female is thought to be the ancestral sex. And neither is more important than the other, but I think we've looked so long through this sexual selection divide and just the way that the human brain is thought for centuries to possibly overlook. Oh, shame, she's still trying to get up this hairball or whatever it is. To overlook the role of the female. And just going back to those bark lice. So one in South America, one in South Africa. Females have penises, erectable penises. Males have vaginas. Now, they're about the size of a flea, by the way. They're absolutely tiny. So you need to use a lot of, you need to use a big microscope to figure out what's going on. But what they do is use a tiny, spiny penis to anchor onto the male. The female does. She uses that to anchor onto the male. And when they're sort of hooked on, if you like, the male then delivers a tiny capsule of sperm. It's traveling from the male to the female. So even though he's not got a penis, he's still delivering it through hers. So he is still taking on the male role, if that makes sense. Then, considering the two distinct geographical locations we're dealing with, South America and South Africa, they've not derived from one another, and that means that this sort of form of reproduction in the bark lice has actually evolved on two independent occasions. There's no single shared ancestor, if you like. So if it's evolved by the females in two separate sort of occasions within the same species, that is what works for that species to survive and thrive. It may sound bizarre to us. Oh my goodness, that female's got a penis, what? But no, it's just a part of her genitalia that's actually allowing her to hook on to him for up to 70 hours. But he's still taking on the role of male as we know it because he's the one delivering the sperm. She's just accepting it through her penis. Very strange. I am aware of that when you're talking about it like this. But I think the lines are so blurry. And I think it's very important to be aware of that within all species, from mammals right through to the tiny little cnidaria, planktons in the ocean. Even those insects that clone, asexual reproduction. Many organisms don't even need a male. They do it themselves. But for me, that's what it means to be female. Dexter, no, they're actually not. Interestingly enough, I touched on seahorses the other day. Not sure why. I tend to go off on tangents. I don't mean it. No, so they are classified as male and female as we would, but just always remember when I'm saying that the lines are very, very blurry. But there's no sort of sex change or role reversal or really any hermaphrodites there. And what happens in seahorses is that they obviously court, and it's still the female that's providing the eggs. She's producing and providing the eggs. Then what she does using a very special appendage actually shoots her eggs that she has produced into the male's brood pouch. So he's still a male, but he just accepts the eggs. He didn't produce them. He's got a little special pouch and he keeps them. Then he inseminates them. So he's using his sperm to fertilize the eggs. So it's still very much separate sexual roles. She produced the eggs, he fertilized them with these sperm, but it's just a very different way of going about it, if you think about it. He's using a special little pouch. And this pouch, believe it or not, is remarkably womb-like. New research has just shown this. I was reading about seahorses. It's very much like a womb inside there. So although it is on the male, basically it's got sort of a real rich vascularized system, which means that it's really controlled with blood vessels. And it controls the salinity of the development of the eggs. It also provides oxygen, just like a womb, nutrition, and it removes waste. It's literally, this little pouch is quite, not the same, but very, very similar to a womb. And he harbors them. He keeps them, and then once they're ready to hatch, he just releases them. And if you ever Google it, it's quite sweet to watch all these tiny little seahorses coming out of the male. But if you think about it, good question, the female is still playing the role of the female with the eggs, and the male playing the role of the male with the sperm. And they think why it's evolved that way in seahorses is because the male can then take the burden of carrying the eggs. That's a burden. Producing the eggs is one thing, but then carrying the egg, being pregnant, is a burden. It's even a burden for this lioness. This beautiful lioness, I'm not saying she's pregnant, by the way, she's just very full. But if she was pregnant, it's a burden. She's heavy, she's weighed down, she's carrying young in her womb. It's not easy for her to hunt, she's got to eat more. It's a burden in survival. So in seahorses, he's taken on that burden. And what that means is she, as the female, can then continue to just keep producing more eggs. More eggs eggs in general are said to be more costly energetically. So she's given her eggs to him, she's happy, he's got them, he's going to look after them, he's going to fertilize them. Now I'm going to start concentrating on making new eggs. She's not sort of burdened down with the weight of carrying the eggs, waiting until they're ready to be hatched, releasing them, and then having to produce eggs again. It's almost like a split, a division in the sexual roles. So I hope that answered your question. It's funny, I was just reading about seahorses the other day. And to seahorses, it makes sense. And to a lioness, even if you just think of the simple example of predators versus prey, I'm obviously generalizing. Predators are not pregnant for as long because it's such a burden. So they compromise by giving birth to altricial young. Everything's a trade-off.
Here at Wild Earth, we take great pride in curating our best animal content for you. Would you like our very best animal stories, highlights, questions, and the inside scoop on all things Wild Earth before anyone else? Find it all, as well as info on our exciting plans going forward first, in the newsletter handmade just for you. Available to all Wild Earth explorers.
If you even think of this example of the clownfish, anemone fish, whatever you want to call them. That they are hermaphrodites, but they're sequential, not simultaneous. And you normally have, per area, you will only ever have one female. And she's right at the top of the hierarchy. So you can judge the size and the social position of an anemone fish, the social position by their size. So obviously you have the eggs, they all hatch into tiny, tiny little fish, and they will all be males. There will not be one single female hatchling. Then of course they get bigger and they get bigger, all still males. Then they get bigger, all still males. There is only one female. She's the biggest of them all. She's in charge. She is... Oh, I think this line has got a really sore tummy. Just not comfortable, are you, girl? Or are you pretending to be a herbivore to confuse me? So there is only one female per social unit, per sort of group. How does that make any sense? Well, basically, all these males have the ability to change sex. They have the gonads. They're not simultaneous, they're not male and female at the same time, but they're sequential. So they can change from male to female. And this will happen with environmental cues, hormonal cues, steroid cues in the body that will make that happen. But when the female passes away, the next biggest and largest male then goes under a transformation and will change into the female. And then that female that used to just be a male moments ago will be ready to produce eggs. So it's a complete transformation. That's a real sort of sequential hermaphrodite. And it's spurred on by circumstances. It's only when that female dies that then the next one gets ready to change sex. So if you think about it, ladies and gentlemen, if you ever watched Finding Nemo by Pixar, I think they got their facts wrong. When Nemo's mom was very sadly taken by Barracuda, and it was only Nemo's dad, and Nemo left, what should have happened? Drum roll. Yes, Nemo's dad should have transformed into a new version of Nemo's mom. And I understand why they didn't do that, because it's targeted at kids, but it's completely wrong. I was actually delivering a marine biology presentation on this, and there's an example that I brought up. It's completely inaccurate, not too unlike The Lion King. And the head of Pixar was actually one of the audience members. Oops. But it's true, it's wrong. So basically, that's another example of how the female role is completely different in the animal kingdom, and it's stemming from originally first being a male. But the hormone levels, the gonads, everything is so blurry, everything is so interlinked, that being a hermaphrodite is actually not that complicated. It's quite easy to switch. As long as you've got the right hormone level and the right receptors, it's quite easy to switch from ovaries to testicles. That's an example that just blows my mind. One female, and that female comes from the male. And again, if that second female dies, it's the next largest male. Stuck in bed, you're saying, we women rule. Oh, I'm actually not trying to make it that way, but yes, we women. Was that cough intentional, Darby?
No.
Are you enjoying this conversation?
Loving it.
Loving it. But yeah, no, it's just, I just don't think the role of the female in the animal kingdom has been properly looked into and properly understood. I think humans need to step outside their boxes of just classifying female, male. It's blurry in the animal kingdom, it's very blurry. Everyone's fighting for survival. Survival wired into each and every species' DNA. There are so many examples, I could go on forever. But I won't, poor Quincy. That's why you've got to look at it on a per species basis. And then look at that species umvel. You've got to really break it down until you can fully say that you understand the species. We're quite good at generalizing. Oh, mammals, yep. Birds, yep. Fish, yep. But actually, whoa. You know, we've got to step back. If you think of mammals, if you even said top predators in the African wild, you would think of this girl here. You would think of a lioness for sure. You'd also think of a hyena. You maybe think of a female leopardess. You would think of a cheetah. Oh, they're also similar, right? Wrong. Think of the spotted hyena. Crocuta. Now, they go way off the mark, and we know that. Their genitalia is utterly bizarre from what we're used to. Yet they're mammals. Yet they're predators. They're found in the same area. But they've taken their own, completely own strategy. So I think it's very important that we don't generalize. Even with fish, it gets really complicated with fish. Some of them are simultaneous hermaphrodites, some are sequential, and some of them have really strange social structures. But I would say hermaphrodites are quite common in the world of fish, bony fish. And worms. It's quite common in worms. And if you think of the African giant land snail again, you move so slowly. My goodness, you're not going anywhere in a hurry. You've got this vast landscape that goes on forever when you're that size. How on earth are you going to find a mate? Bit tricky, huh? Then when you do find a mate, oh man, it's another female. I'm a female, you're a female, we can't reproduce. We can be friends, but we can't reproduce. What a bummer. I really thought I'd find my mate. I've been looking for you for weeks. So they've solved that problem by having both sex organs, both male and female. So when they do meet, it's cool. We can do this. We can reproduce. Think of my favorite fish in the whole world, the frogfish. Same thing. They don't swim that fast. They are quite solitary. Really bizarre animals, worth a Google if you can. And they're quite sedentary, really. They can move, but they don't sort of swim like other fish. Big, vast, open ocean. Where am I going to find my mate? Then when they do find a male, they're like, I'm not letting you go. I'm super stoked that I've met you. So what actually happens is he will put his mouth on her body, and there's some sort of chemical reaction, and his mouth fuses to her body. He becomes a part of her, and he can no longer separate at all. Then again, the lines get really blurred. Are they two separate individual beings now, or are they one? Is it still a male? Is it still a female? Because his sole purpose now is to be attached to her body. He can no longer move and just provide her with constant supply of sperm. So she has essentially just grown a testicle on her body. So she can now be a frogfish in this big open ocean and just relax because she can now reproduce when she wants. Some frogfish will even have 4 or 5 males attached to them. Poor sods. So what is that? Is it still a female with 5 males? Is it just one female? Have the males completely... that gets really confusing. One of the reasons they're my favorite fish. But we should stop trying to look at it from our perspective. That's our problem. We'll always look at things from a human perspective because things sound so bizarre to us. Ooh. But really, it's not bizarre. It's just how that species is and how that species survives. Because at the end of the day, survival is everything. Leopard lover. Imagine how many leopards we would have if this was the case. I'm just going to wait for FC. I'm not sure if I'm just going to wait for FC to clarify that one. But good to know you're watching, Leopard Lover. Okay, I'm a little bit confused, Leopard Lover, but please clarify, and I will definitely get back to you. That's what I love about the animal kingdom. I don't ever feel you can just know everything. It's so colorful, it's so dramatic, it's so shocking. Once you think you know everything, which is a mistake, by the way, there's always more to come. And I think reproduction is one of those topics that is really important to dig into. It's complicated. The Red Queen is another wonderful book that sort of dives into this topic. I mean, at the end of the day, variation is the fabric of evolution. Quincy, I'm so sorry. Oh, Quincy, you're making us laugh hard today. Quincy is saying an update on her mental stroke emotional state. He, she, they are no longer sure of their own gender. Oh, sorry, Quincy. I actually spoke about it on Drive many moons ago, but got shut down. But really, it is important to dive into these topics. It's not something to be shied away from, as long as you're not being sort of crude or vulgar about it. It is variation is the fabric of evolution. We can't all be the same. But Quincy, please have a cup of tea. I could do with one right now. And that's what Escape to Nature is all about. I mean, the lioness is not doing very much, but at least we can dive into all these wonderful topics. I think she is enjoying it on some level. The essence of life in the animal kingdom is to reproduce. And therefore, if you think how diverse our animal kingdom really is, from the tiniest of insects to the deep sea creatures to lions, it's never going to be the same across the board. That would be really boring, actually, if it was. There's all these wonderful ways to mate, all these wonderful blurred lines between the sexes. It just makes things really interesting. We may bump along from this lioness and see what else the reserve has got to offer, but we're just trying to enjoy our last few minutes with her. We're in the northwest corner of Madikwe now, so we haven't met this female before. We've spent a lot of time with the males, the magnificent males, but not so much the females. stuck in bed. It's a tricky one. They're giving us a lot to eat. They're really packing our cooler box full. But our little room, they've given us this little house that literally sits on Tau Dam. We are on the water's edge. We could literally broadcast from our bed. Yes. And I think that is just amazing to wake up to that dam every single morning. It's a really nice lodge, Tau Game Lodge. And clearly surrounded by tau. Thank goodness. I think it's our room and being situated on that dam and the view from that dam. And the food. But I'm thoroughly enjoying moving around Madikwe because it is such a big property. You can't possibly talk about it all unless you experience it all and go to every corner of Madikwe. It's all so different. And this corner has proven to be so much different from the east. I can't even think what to say now. I'm all discombobulated with all this extra information we've been going into. Poor Liam and Cedric. You could really spend all day and still not fully understand everything. You would just be scratching the surface of all the different examples. On that note, let's go over to one of our male naturalists, Liam, and see how he's getting on.
Oh, thanks for that, Lauren. Thanks for the reminder. Let's have a look at these two male elands getting to know each other intimately. Hey, looks like one of, no, it's not Blaze himself, but Blaze's buddies. So these two male elands sizing each other up, having a little play sparring. Now, they came up from the low-lying areas down below the plains, and a couple of them have taken up a nice position on the embankment here, where, along with some zebra, catching a bit of breeze, it seems. And a bit of a nibble. Now there's, looks like a couple of female eland. Ah, Daniel, yeah. That is true, they are indeed rainbow chasers. Yeah, eland's probably one of the species that would do exactly that, like a zebra would as well. in many instances where you've got landscape level protected areas where animals are able to play out their usual or normal natural behaviors of chasing rainbows. It is not uncommon after an area has received rain to find a zebra or wildebeest or even eland to amazingly just rock up out of the blue because they've picked up the scent of the rain and have followed it. Always lovely to observe those kind of phenomena on that scale. Of course, it doesn't happen as much in many places, at least in Southern Africa, South Africa. We've got much smaller, more managed areas like that. Oh, look at this guy! Now, is that not just the coolest hairdo, dude? Or hat, I'd say. Enjoying a bit of bush thrashing there. Lekker. Nice little bit of steam blowing off there. Thoroughly enjoying that. Certainly safer to do so with a bush than another eland, I suppose, if you really want to flex some of those neck muscles. Also, it must get really itchy behind those horns and ears. It's a lovely little place for ticks and other parasites to get into and stay out of reach. So a nice good old scratch the bush like that might alleviate the itchy feeling. And she's now going to join the herd, who seem to have started moving off, so she's trying to catch up a little. They just looks like they're mostly browsing their way through here. I'm sure we'll get them all together in a sec. What you're gonna feed on. So elands, of course, are browsers and grazers, utilizing different foods at different times of the year, with a strong preference towards high protein seed pods in the dry season. And that of course benefits trees or the plants whose seed pods are eaten by the eland and another wide variety of different antelope species. So they invest good amounts of protein into their seed pods, which make them attractive to antelope, and so spread their seed. So I'd love to hear your questions and comments. Here we are. So Jim asks, does the diet that they have help them go long periods without water? So I wouldn't say the fact of the matter of having high protein seed pods would affect it. I would say, well, they have a very good ability to to store fat when times are good, and that is made possible partially to their lovely wattled throat, and probably other parts of the body as well. But they have the ability to store certain amounts of fat in the body. So I would say their body's ability to convert and store that energy is more the mechanism that helps them go long times without food. And the diet helps contribute to that, yes. Of course, they need good amounts of food in order to get fat. So yeah, I'd say a combination of the good amounts of food timed with, of a species that has been selected to accumulate fat when times are good. Something that rarely happens here in Kariega is it gets dry enough for animals to get starved. It might rather be other mechanisms at play that would affect an eland population here. I can't say offhand what those mechanisms would be. Maybe it would be diseases, if it's a small population in a small area. There might, sure, can't think of any, but there'll be other mechanisms other than lack of food. Of course, it's a very high rainfall area we here in Kariega, so lack of food is usually not an issue by comparison to the likes of the Kalahari or northern Namibia, where food stress is more prominent.
Here at Wild Earth, we know it's not always possible to watch your favorite show live. If catching up on safaris is critical to you, then download the Wild Earth app and watch the catch-ups here first. Catch-ups are available on our app before YouTube, and in addition, there are cut-downs of each show for those who only have time to watch the best bits.
That was incredibly cute.
Download the brand new Wild Earth app today and don't miss out.
So I want to slowly pan here back to where our pair of eland were, males. And there's the males now following the ladies. But we found this lovely scene of some grooming warthogs. So just as I was trying to get here steadily without making too many sudden movements, there was a little bit of adult grooming going on between these pigs. They seem to be enjoying lying up on the nice lush green lawn that's been made most part probably by them. So these warthogs certainly love to hang out in this particular patch at the moment, because there's a nice little patch of roots that they've been digging up. It's very counterintuitive to a nice lush lawn. It looks like they've actually gone down, they dipped down below there to go and probably have a little bit of a wallow. Caught their morning sun. But just to the left of this little wallow is a nice patch of grass that's been uprooted. Okay, they're carrying on. They've popped out the other side. Eland's still trying to stick in with the action here. Big time photo bombers here. So here is that patch of grass. You can see it's a kind of pale stripe in the center of screen. I suspect that's where the warthogs are making their way to. If this male eland, I'm just going to stick with him for a sec. Really looking quite lovely. See these veins sticking out. There's almost no rib showing. It really actually looks in quite good nick, this particular individual. Both of them, rather. Shoo-wee. Let's head on back to these. The great mystery of how the eland makes the clicks. It remains a mystery, at least as far as I'm aware. I will stick with my views on it and leave the solving to scientists whenever that day comes. If there's any really interested scientists out there who'd love to solve the wonderful mystery of the African bush, do try and figure out how does an eland make its click noises. I honestly can't say that I believe the current theories, but that's just me. Now, I thought they might stop on over for some root digging, but they can't be digging that for today. So Jim asks, do warthogs only eat roots? No, Jim, they do eat grass as well. They are very good at cropping the top bits of grass, and just like a hippo or a rhino, do a fairly good job at cropping lawns and keeping them well manicured. But they do and will, if they can, access roots. It's only because if they don't have nice fresh grass or palatable grass on the surface, then they will turn to bits of grass. And I'm sure a little bit of diversity in the diet. Get tired of eating the same type of grass. Some nice juicy roots, always good to go down. Now, they're obviously going to have a lot more nutrients because that's where grasses store their nutrients. So, and they being pigs stand at a distinct advantage. Where did he go now? Distinct advantage of having that ability to dig. So they're really just expressing their capabilities to dig down. So if you can, then give it a bash. A little bit of extra energy expended in digging down for those roots pays off. Now, they're not the only creatures who eat roots. A lot of other pigs do eat roots, but another particular creature I think of is a baboon. In fact, that's the vast majority of a baboon's diet is roots. So they use a slightly different mechanism, of course, using their hands to dig and uproot those roots of the grass, and in the process potentially disturbing little insects and so on, which they will also feed on, grubs, scorpions, even tubers of other plants, bulbs. There's quite a wide variety that baboons will feed on, but the vast majority of what they do feed on are actually the roots of grasses. And especially if you think about dry seasons, where in areas where dry seasons are more prominent, you'll have that transfer of nutrients by the grasses down to below the ground, where they'll store reserves for when they want to grow during the growing season, i.e. when it rains. So when the food resources on the surface are depleted, a warthog can go and dig down and access those nutrients below the ground. So, elands have moved on off, but they've encountered some friends on their journey. Some zebras as well. Some buffaloes have joined the party on the plains. Buffalo, yet again, an entirely different type of grazer. They are what are referred to as bulk grazers, so they are a lot less picky about what they eat because they're such big creatures. They have to get in enough food in a day, so they don't choose as delicately as a warthog or even smaller the little duiker might do. Oh, hello, Mr. Yolande, you are showing so nicely here. So buffalo would target certain good areas where there's good volumes of green grass, but once they're there, they're not too picky about what they eat, as long as it's nice and green and there's good amounts of it. So you'll find their distribution would have almost always been in areas where there's large perennial rivers with floodplains and grasslands. It's their preferred habitat. These days one can of course find them in all sorts of peculiar places, the Kalahari included. So seems like we're seeing mostly female buffaloes here. Perhaps the occasional young male. Showing a bit of curiosity there, this little one. Of course the vehicle looks like a very large creature at a distance from a buffalo, I'm sure, so they might have a look this way to think, is that a rhino or is that a human on a car? I'm sure I'd love to go and wonder what goes through their mind when they see that large creature. Beautiful little one. All legs, this little chap here. Notice how incredibly thick and strong those little legs are. So very, very important in the initial stages of life to have a good set of legs to carry yourself and move around. As can be seen by most antelope species who are born, they've got these long, lanky, very accentuated legs. It's a basic necessity for any creature that needs to run away at times. But really thick set, these. It almost reminds me of as if it was wearing a bunch of really big Wellingtons or gumboots. I'm not too sure what terminology is used in different parts of the world for a pair of Wellington boots or gumboots. So So we were talking the other day about the pathfinders being males and how they serve the role of protecting the herd from potential threats. But reading up a little bit more, I found out that not only do these males have lead the group or come up the rear to protect, they are also female. One can refer to as female pathfinders. And the study went something along the lines of wherever that buffalo herd rested, and where the majority of the adult females sat and pointed towards, facing towards, that would often determine the direction that the herd would move in once they got up. And I find that amazing, to think they are just subtly sitting there observing, but kind of acting as a steering committee, so to speak. So that's next time you happen to wander by a herd of buffalo, it'd be interesting to have a look and see where they're resting and what direction they were resting, and see where do they end up heading. I mean, you always think about how does another mammal perceive the world. You have to use a lot of imagination. It's just like being asked the question, how does it feel to be a wild female of anything? There's a lot of imagination involved, of course, and you can try and hypothesize what it means and what it thinks. But I do wonder what a buffalo and how far a buffalo would think into the future. So you think of those females resting in an area and looking into a particular direction, going, well, we're going to go there, and what's going to happen when we're going to go there? What happened the last time we went there? I always wonder all these little things that they almost certainly should be pondering. Experiences with different predators in different areas, pushing them out or lack thereof, drawing them in. Tasty greys, shady mud wallows, all these factors influencing where an animal moves and when. A classic example, these buffalo have kind of moved across the plains from the left here, and now they kind of stopped a little. Just have a zoom out here and see them in all their glory. And there's a bit of like a lull in the movement. There's one or two who've actually even started going to rest. Well, we might even be able to test this theory of resting buffaloes, if we are so lucky. See, one or two of the cars have decided to settle. Of course, they wouldn't have the experience as much as the pathfinding females of the group to know where a good place would be to move next. Quite a nice breeze on the top of this hill here, and you can see those eland also seem to have stopped and enjoyed this slightly easterly breeze that's come up. It's quite nice and cool. Well, Janice, I'm not too sure if there are other herds in this section of Kariega. I don't seem to think there is, although there's a good few thousand hectares here. I suspect this would be the main group that is on this section of Kariega. I don't know the other section of Kariega at all, so I wouldn't be able to comment on those. But there will be other buffalo in the other section, which is slightly larger. So yeah, I would hesitantly say that this is the only herd. Well, certainly in the 3 weeks that I've been here, been the only herd I have seen. Same size herd, unless there's two identically sized herds, and I could be the fool here. Looks like this one on the left seems to be trying to coax a particular direction. Could just be a nice little bit of graze. Most impressive, that structure on the head of a buffalo. It's said, of course, it's said that this is the most dangerous of the big five. At least it accounts for probably the most incidences of injury. Elephant might come close. And it's said with that it's in fact the centerpiece of that horn that was what is referred to the boss that does the most damage as opposed to the horn itself. So it acts like a massive big battering ram. You can only imagine the incredible damage what it can inflict with that battering ram. I've had a colleague who had the most unfortunate situation of being caught up by a large male buffalo once in the northern part of Kruger. And detailing the account was and listening to that account was quite something. She did come away with a number of injuries, but did survive with those injuries. So nothing too fatal, but nonetheless battered up, and it took her a while to kind of step back into the guiding circles, but boldly did so once she had recovered, and straight back into walking trails, which to me was really quite special to have gone through such an experience and then getting back into the saddle. And it was in a place where one doesn't walk with firearms, so taking it to a whole new level of conducting oneself. So it was really quite special to have worked with such a colleague with the experience of having been gored by a buffalo and then stepping back into the saddle and overcoming those fears, because an encounter with a buffalo like in that fashion has all the potential to ruin your perception of wanting to get out there and walk and you know, enjoy that which you've enabled yourself to. You've got yourself into a position where you can enjoy such a kind of lifestyle and experiences. So Ashley, fortunately a buffalo herd are typically a lot more forgiving than old solitary bulls. Not to say that a herd wouldn't do anything to you, but they tend to, because they're in a herd, feel a lot more safer in a herd, so they don't react the same as a male. So of course that I'm explaining what the buffaloes would do, but what would you or I do if we walked into a herd of buffalo by mistake? Well, I would certainly take a moment to quickly assess and see if they've not picked up on your scent or know that you're there. Often if you've walked into a herd of buffalo, it could very well mean that if you choose to take the route out, you might be walking back into that herd. So taking a moment to assess and listen carefully, especially if you can't see. I would assume that if you've walked into a herd of buffalo, your vision has probably been limited by the habitat that you're in. And so yeah, assessing the situation around you to see if the herd isn't behind you as well first, and then making a decision on where to and how to exit. But certainly not. I wouldn't encourage anybody to say, "Oh no, a herd of buffalo don't react." They certainly are still a formidable creature, and if a particular individual within the herd thought that you might be a threat at any moment, it's still quite risky. The Cape buffalo do have, interestingly, a slightly more aggressive temperament compared to a forest buffalo. Aggressive, such a strong word. Less tolerant.
On the 12 days of Christmas, Wild Earth has planned to see 12 hippos hiding, 11 weavers weaving, 10 leopards leaping, 9 ostrich dancing, 8 liner lying, 7 ellie swimming, 6 cheetah chasing, 5 buffalo, 4 calling cubs, 3 giraffes, 2 crocodiles, and a naughty vervet monkey.
Interesting to see now we've got at least 1, 2, 3 individuals, it seems, resting. The one on the back is looks like a mature male, looking at how his boss in the center of his head is quite a lot more thick set by comparison to the female here in the foreground. And yeah, so there you are, there's now quite a few. So they are all now resting more or less facing towards us and to the left. So I think we've got a prime opportunity to test our theory of, do buffaloes who rest facing a direction continue in that direction when they get up to go graze again? I'll have to report back to you in a few hours. Or stick around, maybe they'll show us whilst coming to you live. Well, the clouds seem to be burning off a little. There's still a slight breeze from the east. It's turning into a lovely sunny day. So as these buffaloes begin to rest, let's slowly pan through the plains to see what else is going on. See if we can catch some action. The day turning in, there is obviously, as I said, there is a bit of a breeze, so apologies if the audio isn't as good as what it was earlier. Let's have a look at this black kite, or yellow-billed kite. Depends on who you ask, but it's always a debate as to whether it's a yellow-billed or a black kite. Constantly reviewing taxonomical decisions. Either which way, a very abundant bird in southern Africa, particularly on the east coast. And scooping down to see what did it get. So many sections of South Africa where there are roads, they have a tendency of following these roads and looking for roadkill. Yellow-billed kite. Up here, let's zoom out a little, see if we can follow these kites. It's quite fun. Using a combination of looking up and looking through the screen, it's quite a trick, but we'll get there. Okay, I've got him. Always fun to follow these yellow-billed kites because they're always busy doing something, looking for a little bit of leftover whatever on the ground. Sophia asks, do birds use particular terrain to land on? And I think to answer that, yes. They do use particular terrain to land on. Different birds have different preferences. So some like to land on the ground, some like to land in a tree, some like to stay on the wing. So yeah, sorry, as I was saying, the yellowbill kites, they've learned to follow roads because of roadkill, and just like any other ecosystem where there are little bits of leftover food on the ground, they might come down and there's some real good sparring up in the air here with these kites. Got them again. They really are aerial acrobats. Twists and turns, that deeply forked tail that they have, very, very good at helping them turn on a hairpin. There's more than one in the scene, one in the background there. And it's always nice to see when the first kites arrive. Oh, he swooped down and caught something there, it looks like. No. Yeah, got it. It's definitely got it. Very nice. So the yellowbill kites are very often the first migrants to arrive. So they are inter-African migrants, so they go to North Africa and spend the northern summer there, and then come back south to join us here in the southern summer. And more often than not, the first migrants to arrive in about August. Now, there's an initiative called the East Atlantic Flyway Initiative, and this is an initiative that, one of many across the world, monitors migratory birds. And the East Atlantic Flyway Initiative is but one of many. East Atlantic Flyway is one of so many migratory routes. Of course, the Americas, Asia, all have their own migratory routes. But here in Africa, many birds will either go east or West Africa. So West Africa would be part of the Eastern Atlantic seaboard, and so many birds will follow that seaboard in order to get either to Europe or the Palearctic, up in the Arctic Circle. Oof, now I've lost them. Yeah, so they'll fly up the west coast of Africa to get to either North Africa or to Europe or the Palearctic near the Arctic. And the East Atlantic Flyway Initiative is an initiative that is attempting to conserve many of their very important stopover points for so many birds that migrate. So along the coast there are various different stopover points and the interior that are so critical for migratory birds. A number of them are even threatened, or at least the numbers are dwindling because so many stopover points are under the pressure of human development. So they're having to constantly change these stopover points. With climate change, it also affects. So quite an important initiative, I believe, and that looks to try and protect certain areas for migratory birds, to allow them to continue with their migrations and connecting two parts of very different parts of the world. Well, that was a bit of fun, following some yellow-billed kites. Always remember as a child growing up in KwaZulu-Natal, going for picnics, and how the yellow-billed kites would often come down and pick up little leftovers that people would leave behind. And from time to time they'd get really clever, and then they would scoop your braai meat straight off the braai that you'd sat all afternoon preparing and getting ready for, and then down comes the yellow kite and snatches your braai meat. It's quite rude, but quite entertaining at the same time. Hey, get him, go, yeah boy. Boom shaka mahala. Yo, look at them go. Old Egyptian goose incoming. Yep, into the next battle. Good old Egyptian goose, eh? Nice to see them asserting their claim to the space. I always find their markings really stunning. They do remind one of an Egyptian pharaoh. I can't say that I know exactly why they're called Egyptian geese, other than maybe the fact that they were found there first, or first seen by some Western discoverer or such. But it is remarkably similar to an Egyptian pharaoh's makeup artistry. So other than in South Africa, where they make a large amount of noise and a mess around so many swimming pools, they are actually quite attractive birds. They've got those markings, as I've said. I'd love to know what you think of an Egyptian goose. I'm sure there'll be some mixed views there. They certainly are a domineering bird in many instances. They push out other species, so when their numbers are high, certain other species numbers do drop. A classic example is the little grebe. And of course that's a lot time they'll sorry, was distracted there for a second there, folks. Yeah, so quite domineering species who will often push out other species like little grebes that might sometimes compete and sometimes not. I mean, a little grebe doesn't even compete with the same food, yet it still gets chased away, the poor little thing. So quite cool. Just always love being able to tune into what another animal is seeing, experiencing, or picked up on. If you observe these creatures long enough, you tend to start getting a sense for how they sense the environment. And having a look at these three wildebeest and this blesbok, they are looking intently to the right hand side, and gazing into the landscape, one can see some baboons. Let's wait for them to come out a little bit more. So Aidan asks, do we have springbok in Kariega? And I don't believe we do, Aidan. I think springbok are found a little bit further into the interior, in the likes of the Karoo and Kalahari, in a place where they historically would migrate. Magnificent big areas of the Karoo and the Kalahari, where they would take up many of these arid niches. So if you had to paint a picture of southern Africa and you took all the antelope that really did well in the west, you'd put, say, springbok in that niche in the west, and then you take the range of an impala, which is a very similar looking antelope that occupies somewhat of a similar niche but in the eastern side, and you take the distribution maps of an impala and a springbok and you plant them onto Southern Africa, you get almost a perfect puzzle piece fit. So it's you could almost in some ways say it's the western counterpart to an impala, although you do get areas where they overlap in the central parts of Southern Africa. So not here, but a little bit further inland over the plateau and into the interior, you'll get springbok there. Yeah, that's such a amazing story of how those springbok used to migrate those great distances and would turn up in incredible numbers. There's stories of how the trek bukken, as they were referred to, would turn the landscape springbok coloured, and there wouldn't be a patch where you could see a bush in between them. They were so abundant. But unfortunately not the case today because of the largely fragmented landscape we have. Quite unfortunate, but one hopes that there's initiatives that can kind of reverse that and reinstate the great springbok migration. I certainly dream of at least it's happening, if not in my lifetime, but in later generations' lifetimes. What a magnificent sight it would be to have a landscape covered in springbok again, living out their natural migrations. Anyways, dreaming. Impala earlier on seemed to be snorting at these baboons, and I was trying to see if they might be interacting, because impalas, of course, at this time of year got lots of little babies, and baboons will from time to time hunt impala babies. So one needs to be privy to such an event. You can see a couple of them in between the bushes here. Well, Aidan, that is very, very touching, and it's good to know that there are some budding naturalists out there. It certainly is a wonderful experience to be able to look into nature and learn all sorts of things. Like baboon dynamics. So a very interesting experience I've had in the Kalahari, where it's quite unique interaction with baboons. There is a bird called a pale chanting goshawk, and it is often known that it will follow a honey badger to try and see if it, as it moves around the savannas, it potentially disturbs little mice or birds. And so it will also even follow Cape cobras, which would do the same. And so this pale chanting goshawk in along the Koranenberg Mountains in the Kalahari finds a unique place where the goshawk and the baboon encounter each other. Their distribution meets. So in many places in the Kalahari there aren't suitable, or there isn't suitable habitat for baboons. And it's because the Kalahari is a vast flat landscape with very little mountains. So where the Koranenberg meets the Kalahari, baboons and pale chanting goshawks hang out, and it's always amusing to see, and this would be a classic example where the baboons are sitting on the edge of the woodland or against the hillside, and you would find a pale chanting goshawk or two, often with a troop of baboons. And to me it seems like one of the most useful interactions for the pale chanting goshawk, that's for sure. Because instead of just one or two honey badgers or a Cape cobra, you've got an entire troop of baboons to act as beaters, to beat out and chase out the prey that you look for. That might be a mouse or a bird, as I mentioned. So it was always fun to find a troop of baboons and see how they move around the veld, and how the goshawks will often follow them and swoop down and catch any prey they would disturb. That habit of baboons and how they move around the grass and poke and prod and dig, it tends to disturb quite a bit of the ground surface. So it works really well with a pale giant goshawk who's trying to look for some food, and that doesn't disturb the baboons the least bit as well. So a nice relationship that benefits the goshawk. Well, it's been lovely chatting to you. Let's go and have a look at Okukuyo and see what's happening over there.
Yes, Liam, thank you so much for chatting to all of us. It was very interesting stories that you had there at Kariga. But yeah, we are back here with Okukuyo at the Okukuyo Pan. At the moment, there is a couple of Gemsbok and Springbok zebras that's pretty much around the area. But very interesting when you're talking about the goshawk and the baboons and just the interaction and how they actually help one another. But I think Lauren was also speaking about that this morning. She was talking about as vultures following lions, but not like right behind them, but now and again they would look for a pride of lions to see if they have made a kill. And I've seen that before on quite a few occasions with hooded vultures, and I've seen hooded vultures really following a pack of wild dogs. So they always follow the pack of wild dogs. So if you see a pack of wild dogs running in the bush, busy hunting and just combing the area for any potential prey species, you'll find that you look around, sometimes you'll find one or two hooded vultures. Not many, not like a whole flock, just one or two hooded vultures following those wild dogs. The whole reason for that is, of course, if those wild dogs do make a kill and they consume that prey species very quickly, or the carcass very quickly, and they move off again, they leave quite a bit of bone fragments and pieces of flesh all over the show at the kill site, and it's ideal for the little hooded vultures, especially with the small thin beaks, and they can at least get into, if there's any bones, can get into that bone marrow and kind of consume that. So yes, I have seen that quite a few times. It's amazing how certain birds will use certain mammals just to kind of help out on maybe getting some food source somewhere. It's the same as the honey badger and the honey guide. Same thing, it's the honey guide calling the honey badger for the honey badger to go and open up the beehive, and of course it's perfect for all that honey, and then of course the honey guide grabbing all the little bee larvae that's pretty much embedded in the hive itself. So it does help a lot. But yes, sitting at Okukuyo, just enjoying this Gemsbok, it's amazing. It's absolutely, once again, it's one of the most prettiest antelopes. I'm actually really falling in love with these Gemsbok with that straight horns. It's also just those markings on the face is incredible. And we had quite a big herd coming down there not long ago. And look, Gemsbok, they do live in herds of, can be from 10 to about 40, 50 in a herd. And of course, all controlled by a dominant male, with other kind of younger males that will be, of course, integrated into that herd with females and young calves. But mainly it will be a dominant male that really looks out for that herd. But yes, it's also nice seeing them how they go into the water. As we saw earlier with the kudu. Kudu do not tend to go in deep, and where you'll see your Gemsbok, they pretty much go right up to their bellies and really getting into the water without any issues. But usually you'll find a zebra. A zebra is a little bit more so compared to the kudus, but impalas and kudus, they'll tend to hang around the outskirts. Even the springboks, they'll also just when they go and have a bit of a drink, tend to go so quite deep into the little pan here at Okukuyo. I'm just taking a look around. I'm looking around for any maybe big grey animals that's coming through. But yes, as you know, it is 12 days until Christmas, and the bingo is continuing. And I'm hoping that somebody gets that bingo game this afternoon and shouts a bingo. I think it's the 7th day of bingo, is it? I'm not sincerely. If you can give me an idea of what day it is, I'm so confused on days already. But yeah, it's 12 days of bingo, and of course we'll have. Thank you, Sinclair. It's day 8 of bingo, so yes, I'm hoping that it's going to be a good competitive afternoon for bingo, and it's going to happen every sunset drive until Christmas Day, and then of course the crown winner of bingo will be announced on Christmas Day. So that is going to be definitely something to look out for, and I'm quite competitive at bingo, but unfortunately I won't be playing for the rest of the duration. But I will not have any bingo board unless I can grab a bingo board for this afternoon and try and fly up to Ukukuyu, and I can run across the Ukukuyu open area here at the pan with the bingo board. You never know, maybe I can then grab some stickers that side. No, I think that will happen, but yeah. But yeah, definitely, and I think Lauren was almost taking it yesterday. Let's look at the bingo game. Ooh, we've got a black rhino approaching the dam once again. I wonder if it's the same female. I'm going to take a look there. It looks like smaller. Let's just take a look. Fantastic. This is quite amazing this morning. This is the second black rhino that's coming through now. It's definitely a smaller one. I can see the secondary horn is not as large as that first one that we saw this morning. So definitely a younger one. Could be a young male, could be a young female, I'm not too sure. But definitely nice to see another black rhino. Oh, watch your footing there, buddy. Watch your footing. Absolutely love him to bits. So I'm not too sure how old this one could be. Maybe, that's going to be like a rough estimate. Just looking at the size of the horn, maybe like around about 10 to 15 years old. Black rhinos and white rhinos, both of them get to ages of about 40 to 45 years old. So they do get to a nice, decent age. I'm sure that second horn is definitely going to still come up further compared to your white rhinos. White rhinos, the secondary horn it grows, but it doesn't have that length. It's got the width, but not the length. With the black rhino, it's got a lot of length to it, and even the first horn as well, the main horn. Some old springbokkies coming into the water as well, but I'm just trying to take a look here and see. Honestly, I'm sure it looks like a young male to me. That horn is the thickness of it. Yeah, it definitely looks like a young male to me. But also coming around towards aggression as well. So you're looking at a male, or not a male, just in general, a white rhino and a black rhino. Your black rhino is definitely way more aggressive. It's not like completely going for humans and looking out to go and, run down anybody. It's just, unfortunately, they do have a little bit of a shorter temper. So if you do walk and you walk into black rhinos, many times you'll find that you do get more of a aggressive kind of reaction out of them compared to the white rhino. I think the last time I saw a black rhino live, I was also helping out at Madikwe end of last year, and I had also a black rhino in that area and was not happy with, well, we were quite far, we were about 100 meters from him, and I just decided to charge the vehicle. So yeah, I do have that little bit of a temper on them. The white rhino, not much so, because I think at the end of the day, the eyesight's so bad. If you have a white rhino by some chance running towards a vehicle or running towards you on foot, most of the time it's not on purpose. It's just by chance they don't see you and they're running into the direction on where you are, and you'll kind of, how can I say, believe that it's actually a rhino that's busy charging you, but it's not really the case. And you can see very, very small eyes. So both rhino species here that we do have in this area, the black and the white, the eyesight's very poor. They say about 30-40 meters they can really work out on what they see, but after that it really becomes more of a blur to them. More kind of utilizing, of course, those big trumpet ears, fantastic sense of hearing, and of course those big nostrils, so a sense of smell is also phenomenal. Oh, this springbok looks pregnant. It's in front of this black rhino. Looks quite odd. Such a diversity of animals around this pan. Definitely birds as well, but it's just difficult now and again. I'm trying to scan the pan and around the area for the birds, but it's very difficult. As soon as I can get onto them, it seems like they keep on flying off. This rhino doesn't like this gemsbok. It wants to come out of the water. And it's like, no, we are staying in that water, sunny boy. This is just a beautiful reflection of that gemsbok. But yeah, it'll be nice to get some big grey elephants coming through, because it's nice seeing those big males that's here at Etosha. Let's see what happens here. See if the black rhino will accept this. Sarah, I think it's just really the wallowing side. I don't think there's any other way cooling down unless they go and lie in the drainage lines. Sometimes what they'll do in the nice areas or the drainage, the riverines and that, where the sand is nice and soft, nice and cool in those low-lying areas, they tend to sometimes actually head into those places to go and have a little bit of a snooze, especially on very hot days. I've seen it numerous times in Sand River, or even the Mulawati, Mulawanini drainages. Many times you get them actually just lying around there and just keeping nice and cool. Let's see this little bit of a tsunami. I think this gemsbok will be allowed to go past. No problem. No issue. So yes, and of course, the wallowing. So wallowing is very important for anything like your rhinos, buffalo, elephant, warthogs. It's just that the skin of theirs, they need to really kind of cake it with mud and just kind of keep cool from the elements as well. A good old wallow. As well, on top of that, it helps in with those parasites. Wallowing is very important. But we saw yesterday, actually yesterday afternoon, we had a female black rhino with her calf in the center of the dam. So there's another way of keeping cool. Just go in the center of a pan, go into the water. Easier for the black rhino, because they can lift their heads up much easier compared to a white rhino. White rhino's head is very much, unfortunately, its shoulder blades. It actually restricts its head from going very much, I can say, almost horizontal. They can get a little bit diagonal, not a problem, but when it comes to picking their heads up completely, they do struggle. Because it's all built for grazing, so it's all built for the heads to really lay low to the ground. But of course the black rhino can pick its head up because it browses, so it has to kind of eat the leaves off trees, so it definitely hasn't got that restriction from those shoulder blades to actually lift its head a little bit further up. So that's why you can actually go right into the middle of the pan. You hardly ever see white rhinos in the middle of the pan. Never, never. I think it's just in case they could drown that way and not get their heads up. And could be fatal for them. Looks like this one. I'm trying still to see if I can make out if it's a male or a female. As I say, I still got a feeling it is a male, young male that we are viewing there. There's always one way to tell. That's under the tail, yeah. So of course, under the tail, you'll find if it's a female, it's easy to see if it's a female. But with a male, it's pretty much, there's no male genitals pretty much at the back, at the bottom of the tail itself, on the under part of it. So yeah, this looks like a young boy. Plus also the horn. I think the horn was pretty much a giveaway with the thickness of it. Sorry, see the Rain Man. Okay, I think Rain Man. I think it was Rain Man. But why rhinos are pretty much all by themselves? It's mainly because males are very much solitary. So if they do move around, it'll be more of a solitary kind of movements and all that. It's the same as the white rhinos. If it's a female, you saw the female yesterday. She'll be with a calf. Sometimes she'll even have a previous calf with her. So you'll see now and again, you'll see like 3 or 4 together. But the males, they're solitary, they're territorial, they wander around marking their territory, and most of the time are by themselves. So it's not just here at Okakuyu. I'm sure the Sabi Sand, same thing with the rhinos that side as well. They're pretty much males hang most of the time by themselves, unless they're following a female with a calf, and the female is pretty much almost that time on going into heat, and then it's a different story. I think this guy, he's not an old boy, still a youngster. Got a nice horn on him, beautiful horn on him. I'm not too sure what's happening on his back. I see a lot of like kind of wetness coming from his spine area, so I'm not too sure what's happening there. It's just marking or something that's running down from his spine. Maybe a little injury or something. Oh, sorry. This camera does not want me. Bear with me. So yeah, but it's even like with the black rhino, which is fascinating. So if a white rhino makes a midden, a male white rhino, like of course a typical territorial marking, making a midden, kicking the dung all over the show, you'll find in certain areas that actually the black rhino, the male black rhino, will utilize the same midden as the white rhino, because it's already been created. That beautiful big midden's already been created. And you'll find that the black rhino will take that advantage and that opportunity to actually then do his business in that midden, and that's what kick his dung around, and much kind of almost say it's his, but it's not really his midden. But of course his marking is there. But you must remember, the bigger the midden, the more impressive it is for a female. I don't know what he's trying to do. He's not too steady-footed over these rocks at the moment. Well, everything's just run. I don't know what's happening. Oh, I think Kemswalk is running around there. What's he doing there? A little bit of energy that side. This black rhino wants to come down for another drink. Not too sure why he moved the first time. I can imagine just walking over these rocky areas, not easy. Yeah, we definitely, in the Greater Kruger Park, we definitely have an issue with numbers of black rhino. It's not even close to thousands anymore, or 1,000. It's definitely way less than that. And to see a black rhino while you go to the Kruger Park it's such a special thing. And seeing them here at Okaukuejo in Natasha like this, it's absolutely brilliant. And this is definitely one of the things that's actually really drawing me to heading over to Namibia to see if I can actually go and head over to this park and just to go and see them, just to see them live. I think it must be just something phenomenal. See, both sides is wet, exactly coming off his spine. I think maybe a little bit of an injury that happened on his spine. I'm not too sure. Maybe a stick or something. It looks like a little stick or something, kind of. Maybe he got grazed by something on his back. No, I don't see any other injuries. I don't think it was another rhino. Because usually if there's two rhinos, two males that's fighting, the fights can be quite vicious. You get a lot of facial damage, a lot of scars on the face, as well as you'll find scars on the hind end, especially for the loser. So once the one that's pretty much almost like submissive and is trying to run away, you'll usually find the dominant one will actually try and poke the other one in the rear end, and it becomes quite, sometimes you can see some serious wounds there. Oh. So this rhino should be named Ruth. Oh, root, like root. Root. Okay. Well, that's a good name. You know, the patterns on this. It looks like roots coming off there at the back end. Definitely, it looks like. Well, good using imagination on that one. But yeah, it looks like definitely looks like roots there. Root or carrot. I'm going to try and just zoom out a little bit. I just want to see, because he is quite a little bit agitated or something. I just want to double check that there's nothing, another rhino that's approaching or elephants. You can see all the springbuck and impala around. A lot of springbuck just taking shelter under the tree. I think, as you know, here at Okaukuejo today, I think it's around about 28, 29 degrees Celsius. It is extremely hot.
Wild Earth Explorers, this one's for you. You stand a chance to head off to the wondrous Camp Fig Tree Mountain Safari Lodge, situated on the border of Addo Elephant National Park, for an unforgettable 3-night stay for two. Witness the incredible elephant herds at Addo firsthand and explore with an open vehicle safari tailored to you or a relaxing bush picnic. Sign up to be an explorer to treat yourself to a much-needed nature.
Okay, so it looks like old Mr. Black Rhino, Mr. Root, has decided to head away from the pan itself. I'm sure he's going to head into the thicker areas. And maybe look for a nice little shady spot, exactly like all these springbuck. And just a good old little spot here under the tree. I think it's ideal for them. And plus it's a couple of good things here. They've got a shady spot and they've got some water and they've got a nice open area and they can see any danger that's coming through. But yeah, well, we're going to continue. Just hopefully we're going to get some other big animals coming through towards Okaukuejo. Let's head over to Kariega in the Eastern Cape as Liam has got some bivine species to show you.
Buffalo have all come to a good steady rest up on the hillside here, catching a nice bit of breeze from the left of screen. It's nice fresh cool ocean breeze it seems, and I don't know about you, but I get the sense that most of them are looking kind of towards us and to the left. At least that's where the first ones were. And if one were to do a time lapse of this scene, you'll actually see that there's a number of Duggar boys or males, sorry, not Duggar boys, Pathfinder males, that will periodically stand up throughout their resting period, and it's a mechanism that's utilized to watch over, because if everyone's down and resting, it kind of leaves the whole herd a little bit jeopardized and allows for predators to approach. So everyone takes their turns, and it's interesting to, like I say, if you had to put a time lapse on it, you'd see that turn is circulated throughout the group. Everyone takes a few moments to stand up, have a gaze. Ooh, hello, that came out of nowhere. A little bit of a horn in the butt. How's that for a rude awakening? Shingos. I think you ought to go and thrash a bit of bush, buddy. Blow off some steam there. So you can see them all nicely relaxed. Got a very distant, a really distant gaze, look in their eyes. So I'd like to just remind all the viewers that we will be hosting a fireside chat, and that is to commemorate the memories associated with Inkanyeni, a leopardess of Djuma. So please do know that we'll be having that fireside chat on the 7th of January. You are welcome to send through your memories and particular moments that you can recall on Wild Earth to inkanyeni@wildearth.tv, and we'll be sure to relive some of those memories that you've shared with us. So please do take note that that will be on the 7th January at 8 p.m. Central African time. Always good to at times mourn the dead. It has its place, no doubt, but also gives way to a new generation as well, a new generation of leopards to bring forth their beauty and wonder to the screens across the world. Now I'm just moving across because we've had a small family of rhinos to come join us down here on the plains. It's really nice. It seems to be the female who lost her horn some years ago. Female and her youngster, and might be a young bull, younger bull. Definitely doesn't seem like the biggest male rhino one could find, but certainly doesn't sound like he was as big as the beautiful big bull in Okokweyo a short few moments ago. So Ryan asks, what would you call a family or collective of rhinos? So to paint that picture in your head, I would say think about what would it sound like if you had a big group of rhinos running through the bush and smashing into bushes and leaves and grass. It would be quite a crashing noise. So the collective noun for a group of rhinos is a crash of rhinos. Very, very apt, I find. Yeah, they certainly would make quite a crashing noise to get even 3 rhinos running through some thick bush. It's unfortunate this wind has picked up, because just through some of that wind you can just get some distant audio of a crowned eagle. It's got that ascending and descending crescendo of whistles. Lovely sound. It reminds me of my childhood in KwaZulu-Natal, where the crowned eagles would often display this time of day, say late mid-morning, anything from 10 to about 12 usually. This one is out for a morning display flight somewhere high up in the sky above us. Now, it's definitely the kind of call that it sends monkeys scattering for cover if the call comes from nearby. Of course, the crowned eagle is one of the biggest predators of vervet monkeys, so they do need to be quite watchful of. So our herd of buffalo, at least 2 of them have started to graze. And if I are correct, then the herd should at some point possibly follow this direction. That certainly these two who have got up to graze have confirmed the theory right so far. So we'll just keep on watching and seeing if these buffalo move in the direction in which the majority of the females do face. It seems like that troop of baboons have slowly but surely made their way more into the plains just beyond these buffalo. Nice big male baboon here on the right. Looks like a male also in the back. Yeah, definitely. Always nice to see this, the way in which a baboon walks with such swag. They really do. They've got a style about the way they do it. They've got like a swing in their hips and throwing their shoulders, swinging their neck into it. They really get into their walk. It's quite inspiring. I almost want to learn some tricks from this guy. He's moved down into a little depression over there. There's a little bit of water, I believe, in that little depression. That baboon has disappeared too. Let's keep on with these ones and see what they get up to. Highly observant, them Bobby Johns. Just watching this male here, you can see he's looking over his shoulder. You can see he's looking towards other potential members of the group to see what's going on. So much of what they do and who they interact with is critical to everyday life. Oh, you see, there's something that really interested in there. You can see why he was looking over his shoulder. He's now, what is he going to go and do? Chase off another young male? Certainly didn't like the appearance of that individual on the wall there. Now, yesterday there was quite a significant amount of rain, and so I had to, whilst trying to get out and trying to come to you, I had to seek a little bit of shelter under a nice grove of trees here in the back. And in fact you can see it just to the right at the back of these buffalo. And when I sat there, I was quite pleasantly surprised by this encounter of pearl-breasted swallows. Now, for some viewers who may have been with me when we were down at Scotia Waterhole and there were a number of these little swallows coming down to the water's edge and collecting bits of mud after we had had a little bit of rain. And it certainly looked as though they were, flying off in a particular direction, but I couldn't quite pin or understand where they were going with that mud, because there's no real cliffs or mountains very close by, and the only thing I could think to be where these pearl-breasted swallows would be nesting is an aardvark hole. And lo and behold, whilst I was seeking shelter under this bush, there was a couple of pearl-breasted swallows who came in to nest, to perch. And let's see, just on the right hand side of the screen there's a couple of prickly pears, and there's an aardvark hole there, or probably more likely now being used by a warthog, and about center of the screen. So when I get the chance again, I'll make my way up there and see if I can show you these pearl-breasted swallows who have taken up residence in an aardvark hole, which is quite entertaining. One of the many species that make use of an aardvark hole. And you can imagine, years and years ago, when it was basically just caves and cliffs and so on, there were quite limited places for a swallow to build a nest, and aardvark holes would have been one of them. These days, so many human establishments create wonderful overhangs for these birds to now make their homes in, and it's kind of almost remove the need to go and look for scarce real estate. Another example of how our expansion has helped certain species. Back with our few baboons. It looks like that male snuck around the back whilst we weren't looking. Seems to be coming back towards and digging around little bits of bush here, and back with the rhinos who are still grazing their way through the plains. Seems to be getting back up onto his back legs to see what's going on up ahead. See if there's any members of the troop that you might not want to encounter. Check it out. Be sure. Just of course following. So Peter, I think, sorry, the question was, why don't baboons have hair on their bottoms? Well, if it makes any sense, a baboon likes to often sit on its bottom, so that would mean it would get lots of dirt on it. So it'd be useful to not have hair in a place that's going to get constantly soiled by mud and other terrain. So rather not have hair on your bottom where it's going to get messy. Of course, the rear end is a critical part of the alimentary canal, as it's formerly known as. Starts in the mouth and ends with backside, and so it's also a part of the alimentary canal that if is, you've got a lot of accumulation of dirty things, it can be quite detrimental. So having less hair around its bottom is going to be most beneficial. Also, for a female, she has a large red swelling when she is advertising to males that she's ready to mate. So that's also a reason why to not have hair on its bottom, so males can see that the female is ready to make more baboons. Another alternative answer could be is they pluck them off because it tickles them otherwise. Hey Simon, I reckon baboons often look like they're looking for trouble. It's either they're looking for trouble or they're looking to avoid trouble. And the funny thing about trouble is he always tries to come and look for you. So yeah, there's always a baboon's always up to something. Folks, just a heads up, there is a very large red mechanical creature that's about to pass, so just forgive the background noise for a few moments. Yeah, it's of course an essential part of maintaining a smaller pocket of land. Of course, the smaller it is, the more you have to manage it, and so things like road maintenance and fence infrastructure are all a call of duty here in a place like Kariega. are the rest of these baboons gone? There's some of them. Quite a few spread out here. So there's another example of where so I under the baboon troops, they've been known to number well over 100 in some instances. So yeah, they get into quite big groupings depending on the resources available in an environment, and also it's a balance between the amount of resources and then the competition within the baboon troop. So if competition starts to become too much of an issue internally, then groups are going to be dispersed more. So those are the two main factors that influence the size of a baboon troop. So resources and internal competition. But yeah, as little as a handful, 5, 10, 15, and to up to well over 100, 150 or more. So I was just having a quick look at that baboon in the background there, center of screen more or less, and it seemed to have stopped by that prickly pear bush. Prickly pears are an introduced species and are definitely they're spreading, and that's because they have a very, very tasty fruit on them, and it's almost irresistible for a baboon or even a Cape crow, two creatures of which are probably some of the most strongest vectors for spreading the seed of the prickly pear. It's an intriguing notion, this concept of invasive species, and it's such a common trait of so many ecosystems in the world at this point in time, because we, as humans, we've done very well and we've spread to all corners of the world, and we've moved a lot of species around. Oops, a little bit of politics going on here. So
hello everyone, my name's Tanya Ray. I'm from the United Kingdom. I am absolutely thrilled to have won a stay at the Itali Safari Lodge. For me, this is like a dream come true, and I would just like to say thank you very much, Wild Earth.
Sign up and it could be you getting out there experiencing it for yourself. Wild Earth Explorers, it's in your nature.
Faith asks, do baboons have opposable thumbs? So yes, they do. They can move them around just as we do. They can grip things. It might be a little bit smaller than ours and maybe not as powerful to grip certain things. But very, very much dexterous opposable thumbs that, well, I say dexterous hands that are very much thanks to those opposable thumbs. So yes, the answer is yes, baboons do have opposable thumbs. Yeah, so the just on the subject of invasive species, another good example is the water hyacinth, and many not even I think not only in Africa but in other parts of the world too, where they've spread quite aggressively into certain ecosystems and are very difficult to remove. So once it happens, it's an event that has happened. It's you can't reverse that event. That event has occurred, and if there's no real resistance to that species in that ecosystem, it is going to spread. It's going to multiply. It's going to do well for itself. Think about the cactus. Think about the hyacinth. Its whole objective in life is to go forward and just multiply and do as good as it can for its species, and that's all it's really doing. And it's through whichever agent, through whichever means, it would have found, in the water hyacinth's instance, a water body that it's found absolutely no resistance from the environment. There's no species that resist it for now, and so it's just going to do well. It's going to try and take over, and it's yes, of course, it's going to have harmful effects, detrimental effects. Water hyacinth often, especially if it's not a river system, it's a closed lake or such, it can often choke up the entire water body and block any light coming through, and that it causes quite some serious consequences of biodiversity loss. So it's not a nice thing to see happening, but it's an event in nature, and it's a part of as much as it might be a difficult part of nature to accept, it nonetheless is. And so to try and eliminate these things, it's very difficult. And there's kudos to people the scientists who do. They come up with these solutions. Often the best ones are bio solutions, or solutions where they've found natural factors or creatures or species that are able to resist that in that ecosystem. Of course, it requires a lot of testing and labs before releasing that biocontrol into an environment. Of course, you don't want to introduce something that might end up destroying native species, but it's nonetheless very interesting mechanism or event in nature that happens. It just takes a bit of time. It just takes a bit of time for for a species to take over an area and become abundant, and anything that's in abundance is a large resource to any particular species, or in an ecology, an ecological web. So as soon as anything gets to a high number, something is going to come through at one point or another, and it's going to try and capitalize on the fact that it knows how to turn that vast amount of whatever into energy for itself. So sometimes it just takes time. It would be great to find a mammal to certainly reduce the number of prickly pears, and maybe I don't know, herbaceous eating fish that could eat up water hyacinth. Water hyacinth can be really quite a nasty one to admit. So on a less somber note, let's have a look at some baby blesbok, just to lift the spirits up a little bit. With all this wind about, I'm sure the blesbok will be enjoying some reprieve from the blowflies today. You can see how this female on the right has got her nose down. It's a bit of behavior that prevents some of those blowflies from flying up their nostrils and putting their eggs up in their nasal cavities. Quite unpleasantly uncomfortable, I can imagine. Now, this little herd of zebra were acting a bit strange earlier. Let's keep on watching the space and see what were they doing. So one of these zebras were up on this embankment a short while ago and seemed to be scuffing a bit of ground, and I suspect it might have been a patch of earth, because there's a certain soil that seems to be in that little area that I've seen the zebras walking by and stopping and having a little bit of a nibble on. So I do wonder if that's what it was trying to do, just trying to loosen up a little bit of soil to feed on. You often get it that so many creatures find their diet of grass and other plants to be limiting in certain minerals, so necessitating a bit of geophagy. That's really neat to see this little calf nibbling what I assume is its mum. Oh, I think she's really enjoying the fact that it's getting into some of those hard to reach bits. Oh yes. That is the spot, is it not? Nice one. Oh, nice little bit of reprieve there. That was really quite a touching moment with that youngster grooming its mother. Coming in for some more. Seems the mum has had a little bit, grown a little bit tired of that grooming. She's, okay, little one, thank you very much for that nice groom, but we're done now. Hey. Don't push it. Don't push it. A polite disciplining. It certainly looks like from here that these zebras are in fact moving along on the ground, I mean on the road, trying to look for bare patches to feed on. Of course, the ground or earth with the right mineral content isn't always easy to find. These are limited resources. So yeah, it's nice to see them. Yeah, I'm pretty confident that's what they're doing. I mean, it's hard to see here now, but maybe in a second we'll see them. No, oh, damn. Oh, I've got my hopes up there. So it's clear that it wasn't actually looking for earth, but rather the lovely green grass on the side of the road. But nonetheless, if we look into the foreground, you can see there's a bit of bare earth on top of this berm here, and that is the spot I was referring to earlier. That a lot of the zebras, and I've seen even the old Blaze, the blesbok, wandering by and eating a little bit of earth from that wall. And they, these kind of mineral licks do occur naturally in many parts of the bush, and often actually along water courses, it seems to be. So what tends to happen is, you can imagine rain falls in a landscape, and as it falls and hits the ground and recharges the earth with its life-giving properties, it also happens to I'm trying to think of the term now. Damn it! So minerals basically are absorbed into the water, and as that water moves through the landscape, it follows obviously the lowest and shortest route, and as it moves along, the minerals are carried in that water. Now as the water moves down the landscape, those minerals will concentrate in the soil where the soil starts to become dehydrated next to the water. And the highest point of concentration of those minerals is right next to the water, because of course once it gets into the water itself, into the river, it goes downstream and gets, flushed away into the ocean and is lost to the terrain. So you'll always find, well, not always should I say, you'll most often find those mineral collections or accumulations are often next to water, because water tends to carry those minerals in them far better than anything else, and then deposit them in the earth next to water. So often along rivers you'll get these concentrations of what are referred to as geophagy or mineral sites. Elephants are a very popular visitor to such sites. So Zoe, thanks for your question, engaging question there. She asks, are antelope, or I suppose you could broaden it and say ungulates, the only creatures that make use of mineral sites? I would say no. There's a number. I think there's a number of creatures. I mean, most of the visitors to mineral sites are ungulates, because they have the diet that they have is limiting to certain minerals. So majority of them are going to be your antelope, zebra, rhinos will also, so all your ungulates, elephants, as I was just about to touch on there, also visit mineral sites. And then if you had to expand it and you think about sort of mineral buys or clearings, they attract more than ungulates. So now buys or clearings are a particular type of mineral site that you get in the tropical forests of Congo, and these attract more than ungulates. They'll attract various monkey species, and even some instances gorillas. Now they're not necessarily attracted to the minerals per se, but rather the vegetation that grows in those minerals. So
But yeah, you are with me here in Okokwiu in Namibia, and I'm still just having a load of springboks and gemsbok that's coming down at the moment. I'm still definitely keeping my eyes open for those male elephants. I'm hoping that they will come through not too long from now. But I'm just going to do one more little bit of a scan. So yesterday it seemed like 2 or 3 of them came from the right hand side, from this side. So yeah, I'm just going to take a look a little bit further and scan the area. It's still got a little black-necked groups sitting inside of the water. Well, very interesting. I was actually doing a little bit of a read-up on them, and it seems like they're supposed to be not really in couples. They're more in little groups, and do you see a couple like this now? And I know last time when I was here, about 3 months ago, when I actually took a look at Okokwiu Dam, or the pan itself, I did pick up on these two that is also pretty much hanging around the watering hole. So I don't know, maybe if it's a different, maybe a bigger water body, like rivers and dams, like big dams and all that, maybe you'll have Oh, how quick was that? We'll have them definitely in bigger groups. But just the two of them at the moment around the pan area. And how quick was that? I think they're just waiting for that opportunity to dive down. Little dab chicks. Was it? I think the blackneck grebes were those called dab chicks, just like the little grebe. It would be quite interesting to know that. Almost like synchronized swimming, synchronized diving. Both diving under at the same time and coming up at the same time. I'm going to scan a little bit around the water areas. I definitely want to take a look if there's some nice little bird life. I'm looking for some Namaqua doves. I'm definitely should be getting Namaqua doves. They're quite common around here in Namibia. I actually just... Fortunately, the only problem is that there's so many springbucks that's coming down to drink. If there is any birds around the watering or the water edge, pretty much get spooked off by the springbuck. A little bit of green grass as well there, which is quite amazing, just like a little patch. And I know yesterday I saw one or two of the springbucks. They were definitely enjoying the young shoots coming up on that little green patch, and it's like the only green patch around. Oh, and there's another one, of course. It looks like this is exactly where the inflow is. So the inflow of from the borehole coming into the Okokwe pan itself. With all those rocks there. And many times you'll get something like the elephants that would love coming down there. And I was talking about generators and how clever elephants are. And I remember there in the Sabi Sands, as soon as the pan was going down and we had to pump some more water into the pan itself, we had this old Lister generator that of course pumped borehole water into the pan, and this lodge was practically was bordered to the Kruger National Park, of course open to the Kruger Park, but it was bordered to the Kruger Park. And once that Lister and the Lister engine is quite loud, it's a diesel, and it's got like a thump, like a thud to it, and once you start that Lister generator, give and take maybe 20-30 minutes later, you'll find that all these huge elephants coming from the Kruger Park, a lot of them, like several of them coming through and coming to have nice clean water there. So they pick up exactly that noise, and they know that noise is for clean water. So it's amazing how they kind of learn that over the years, and that's why I think elephants are so intelligent and do that thing. Dave, how widespread are Namaqua doves? Dave, I think Namaqua doves is pretty much, I think it's more to, excuse me, I know that we do get them on towards the Kruger side as well. But I think it's Southern Africa. There's definitely Southern Africa, Namibia, I think Botswana, Zimbabwe, Zambia. I think those are the areas that you'll find quite a few. More so north, not on the coastal side. I think like Western Cape, Eastern Cape, Natal, definitely not as common. But further up inlands, definitely quite a few of them around. That's why I say even in the Mpumalanga area there where Djuma is, and here in Johannesburg as well, you don't really get to see them. If they are around, but it's uncommon. But yeah, then towards more the eastern side, the Mozambique area, you don't see them that side. So it's definitely central to more the western side of Southern Africa. And they are absolutely stunning. I mean, the Namaqua doves are really stunning. They're very Very streamlined compared to a normal dove. It's kind of real, I can say, not bulky, more bubbly kind of look to it. Where of course in the macro dove is very streamlined, beautiful black breast and the front area, black face. Really stunning with these two little black dots on the wings. Macro dove. I love that name actually. I think it's a lovely name that.
Hi, my name is Leslie Miller and I'm from Olympia, Washington. I'm so excited to have won a 3-night stay at Jackie's Tree Lodge and visit Madikwe Game Reserve. I started watching Wild Earth in 2019 in anticipation of my first trip to Africa in February of 2020. After that trip and through the pandemic, Wild Earth helped keep me connected to nature and Africa. I'm so happy to be able to return in person.
Sign up today and you could be the one experiencing it for yourself.
Slow moving with them, slow going. I'm trying to see. I'm sure they are going to be coming slowly towards the watering hole. But you can see this one in front here now. Beautiful female, absolutely stunning. Nice tall girl, nice thin ossicones on top of her head. There's typically see how the giraffe walks from one side and the other side, just like pretty much almost like a steam train. That's right, like a camel. You've seen a camel walk, and they do the exact same thing. There are two females, yeah. The other one's just a female, the younger one, looking at something. I don't know what something is on the ground, I'm not too happy about. Jonah, definitely. I think I'm definitely waiting for some nice elephants to come through. It's always nice to see these big boys here at Equiquil. Actually, I haven't seen a breeding herd of elephants here. The last time I was there, it was just males, so it'd be nice to see some more coming through this side. Oh no, it's definitely nice journey of giraffe. And you can see when giraffe was, one thing about giraffe is when they really do approach watering holes and coming down for a drink, they're always so tentative, they're so nervous and very safe and slow to come and have a good old drink. I think just because they're so tall, so as well they don't want to get spooked by anything, like they are pretty much kind of lunging down for a drink. A big female like that, about up to about 4.5 meters, so you imagine 4.5 meters and all of a sudden you're coming down for a drink, and that blood pressure of the heart is so high because it's they've got incredible large hearts and pumping huge amount of blood, and there's a lot of pressure up to the brain. So you can imagine going down 4.5 meters, having a drink, and a predator comes and pretty much comes behind you. Because when they come up, they're not going to feel too great. They're still a little bit a little bit lightheaded. But there's also a thing called the blood sponge that they have just under the brain that just really regulates that blood flow. So luckily it doesn't, they don't pass out while they're working. But let's see. It'll be nice to have all 4 of them drinking in a row. Plus a whole herd of zebras as well coming through. It was fantastic. I'm glad old Liam as well got some nice white rhinos this morning down near Kariga, and also some of those baboons just moving around in the area. Nothing not happening on that side as well in the Eastern Cape. Alright, let's see. So they either spread the legs, the front legs to go down, or it will kind of almost be like a crouching situation. Okay, she's doing spreading the front legs more than the crouching side of things. Both of them. Almost looks like they're getting ready to run, have a race. On the marks, get set, go. Let's see if the other 2 will come. So all females, so all 4 of them are females. But she does the crouching. The one on the far left does like more of the crouching, so she'll bend her legs, compared to the other 2 on the right. That's doing more of the spreading of the front legs. And it's either way how they feel comfortable. It looks all uncomfortable to me. And Zebra has just spoiled the show for everyone. Oh, there's a rhino in the background, another black rhino coming through. It might be the same female that we saw earlier this morning. Well, we will take a look very soon. There's large horns and very thin horns. Really nice. Sandra, a young giraffe, a calf will actually just separate, maybe give and take from the mother, maybe about a year, 8 months to a year, something like that. It won't be, it's a little bit of a longevity time that the calf does stay with the mom, just for protection, and as well as just to make sure that the young calf as well is getting enough milk when it's very young. So yeah, but about 8 months to a year they'll start separating and start moving on by themselves. Or join other herds, because they are gregarious, so it's not family related. So it's nothing like, they're not the same genes when it comes to all these females that you see now. They could be different. I'm just keeping an eye on that black rhino. It's coming to the the right of the frame or of the screen. You can hear the crows in the background as well. It's going quite crazy. I think that's just behind the dam cam. Oh, there's one coming in now. I want to take a look at this rhino quickly because I just want to double check it. I just want to see if it is not the that big female that we've been seeing now. I might be wrong. Well, it's definitely not that young male that we saw earlier. Yeah, it looks like the same female. Beautiful horn on her. Absolutely stunning. Even that secondary horn is just, it's incredible. And if you saw in Kariega now with Liam, you saw the white rhino. You can just see the white rhino way bigger, like more bulkier and larger, like a real tank. And of course the black rhino at least about maybe 0.4 tons less than the white rhino. And I was always talking about that curve in the back as well. So yeah, you can definitely look at the two. You can see the big difference on their spine. One's curved and one is straight. Oh, wait. Hey, look at that. Can you believe it? And it's amazing how quickly it changes. Look, all of a sudden we've got the male elephants. There it is. Oops, there it is. Whoops. Yeah, so we've got two big boys. We've got, of course, a nice old black rhino, two male elephants. Yes, definitely. Wabakoyo Pan is now all of a sudden becoming very lively. And this is perfect, this is fantastic, because now you can see them spraying the water all over them. It's quite hot, it's 37, 36 degrees Celsius. Fahrenheit side of things will be, I think, 93, 94 Fahrenheit, if I'm not mistaken. You can see them spraying all the water, a little bit of mud on them, and trying to keep nice and cool on such a very hot day. So having a good old drink, and sometimes you'll find when they go for the drink here, they might actually end up for going to that pipe, that inflow, and that's exactly what they enjoy. And sometimes they'll just have a little bit of a drink and a splash in the pan itself, and then they'll head towards maybe that pipe for a little bit cleaner water. They're all quite fussy drinkers. Splash. Now you see that that elephant on the right hand side splashing himself like that once. The one time I was with my guest, I was parking at a pan like this now, practically in the sands, and this big male elephant, same thing, went into the pan. He turned his bum towards us, and then of course he grabbed some of the water and mud, more mud than water, and then of course he tried to chuck it onto himself, but a lot of that mud went past his body and it got flung all on top of us. My tracker was riddled with mud, and of course my guest had a lot of mud on him as well, so it was quite a nice cooling experience, but it did sting quite a bit, because when they fling it like that, they fling it with a lot of force. And you can just see exactly this one now. Just also starting to throw that sand, the water on him. Also keeping nice and cool. And many times I'll throw it behind the ears as well, so you'll see, because there's a lot of blood vessels behind the elephant's ears, and those blood vessels are very thick. So on very hot days, flapping the ears, and first of all, of course, throwing the water behind the ears cools the blood down, and then of course when they flap the ears like that, it actually cools it down even more so. And once that blood all pretty much flows through the rest of the body, it just cools the body down, and it's like almost like a air conditioning system for them. Splish splash. Deborah, definitely. That's elephants are brilliant at that. So you'll find that, if they're in the herds from a young age already. So when they're at a young age, as a teenager, maybe up to maybe from about 10, 11, 12, from when they can start seeing and understanding where they're going, they start putting that in their memory bank. So wherever the matriarch goes and where the herd goes and follows the matriarch, all those elephants, they put all those areas that she's going to, they put it in the memory bank. And so it just kind of really tells them exactly where to go. And, once they, like these males, once they leave the herds and all that, they'll tend to know exactly the areas. And of course, yes, they'll also follow older ones and gain some more knowledge from the older males as well. Well, very important for them. I think the learning of elephants, that's what makes elephants so amazing. It's all about passing on knowledge and all discipline and emotions. So elephants are amazing with that. I think maybe why is the two males here? Why not? Where's the females? Where's the young ones and the calves? But the young ones, the calves and the teenagers and the females, they're all in the family herds. They really move around as a family unit. Pretty much, as I say, led by a matriarch. Usually a good old female that's got most experience out of the lot. And they all pretty much rely on her and they put their trust in her. But of course, once these animals, once the elephant gets, or especially the males, or just the males, once they start getting up to 16, 17 years old. 16, 17 years old is where the time is, of course, puberty has set in. It's testosterone is high. They don't know what to do with the testosterone. And what happens, they start becoming quite aggressive and quite bullying with the younger ones, with the calves in those breeding herds. And then that's when the matriarch does not tolerate that kind of behavior, and they do not tolerate those that aggression from the males. And what they'll do, they'll tend to slowly but surely start having disagreements with them, start pushing them out, start chasing them away from the herd. Eventually you'll find that the younger males will venture away from the herd at maybe 18 years old. And then once they do that, they'll sometimes join up with older males. And joining up with older males is very important because it's all about life lessons. So that the younger male will understand where to go and how to behave when he's in must. How does he go about, staying away from the herds and communicating with other males. So it becomes a whole kind of a learning lesson for the males. And it's very important. Eventually, if the male does go into must, for instance, and you'll find sometimes they'll actually try and leave the other males behind, and that male will try and pursue a female that's in heat. That's why you'll have two males here, not in must at all. I think these guys are just, keeping each other company, moving around with each other, and almost like a bromance kind of situation. And of course, getting down to the water for a good old splash. good old pool party. I'm hoping. Imagine them diving into the pan. It would be quite amazing. And of course, we didn't forget about the black rhino in the background, there at the edge, and the giraffe, of course. Yeah, thinking magnet, it's amazing, it is fascinating, and I mean, I think that's why with elephants, it's so amazing that they actually understand each other and the communication, and also the respect they give to one another. It is incredible. I mean, I've sat thousands of hours with elephants and just watched them, and I can sit with them for another 1,000 hours because it is just amazing how they behave with one another. Yes, I've had huge disagreements in herds as well. I've had disagreements where, of course, I had a young male elephant going in must, going into the area, going towards a herd that, of course, there was a female that was in heat, and I think he just did not approach that situation right, and the matriarch went for him, and not just her, maybe like 3-4 different females in that breeding herd went for that poor young male. And he did not know what to do, and they chased him down the road, and he was never to be seen again in that herd. So it just shows you it is very important for them doing that kind of stuff. But also males, when they're young, when it comes to musting period, you'll find them, when they're going to must, meaning they are ready to mate with a female, and it can only last for so many days. But they also have to find a female that's in heat. So you have to have a male that's in must and have a female in heat for it to work. And a male between the ages of from about 18 years old, from when they get kicked out and the testosterone and things are happening with them, from about 18 years old up to about 40 years old, they can only really control their musting period. In other words, they can only control it for about 5 to 7 days. So 5 to 7 days, they've got that opportunity to find a female that's in heat, which is not enough time sometimes, because it takes a little bit longer finding that, and kind of getting a little bit of respect from that female. The males from about 40 up to about 60 years old, they can control them that musting period up to 15 days. So practically double the amount of a younger male. So males above 40 years old actually are more successful in breeding than males under the age of 40 years old. So yeah, it's nice to kind of always take a look at these males. That's why a male in must, when you see him walking down the road, it's not pretty. It's like he's on a mission. He's on a mission, and never get in the way of a male that's looking for a female. So they had enough splashing there. Well, you never know. Maybe they'll splash a little bit more for us. Rather nice cool water, a little bit of mud. I'm sure they're trying to pick up some mud at the bottom of the pan. It's not so deep. Slap it across their flanks and behind the ears. And even with those trunks, it's amazing. I mean, in one of those trunks, it's pretty much called a fibroelastic muscle. So the trunk is so well developed to actually act like an elastic band. So it can expand and contract and all that. So it can go back and forth. And they just need that trunk so much because it helps them to, of course, pick up or break grass off and pick leaves from a tree. Of course, suck water into the trunk and squirt it into their mouth for drinking. So that's very important. That trunk is so important. And in that trunk, 40,000 muscles in that trunk, and all divided into about 150,000 units. But funny enough, there is a disease called the lazy trunk disease, where of course that disease happens where the nerves in the trunk itself becomes almost like a floppy trunk disease, where of course the nerves in the trunk itself becomes like almost dies, and it doesn't have no mobility in the trunk at all. And we've seen it before there in the sands many years ago with a male like that, and it's not pretty. Unfortunately it's very much a slow death for the elephant, because it can feed, it can still go to the branches or trees and that and kind of put that in his mouth, but the problem is drinking. So you're not going to bend down such a big male. If it was a youngster, yes, different story, but being such a big male now, bending down to drink, it's not going to happen. So they actually almost practically die of dehydration, getting water into the system. And then elephants, they rely a lot on water. So they can come down at least twice a day if they need to come and drink. Janice, Nadia, I've never looked into chimpanzees, nothing like that, so I cannot give you exactly a structure of a chimpanzee. I'm sorry about that. I can tell you an elephant structure, but yeah, chimpanzee, I've never seen one in my life, and no, I haven't really looked into anything about a chimpanzee. So maybe, I don't know, maybe somebody else has got an answer for that. Please let us know. Unfortunately, I haven't taken any note of chimpanzees. What do you think, Max? I'm sure Max will maybe know a little bit more about chimpanzees than I do, because I don't know anything about chimpanzees. It's the other one is now resting its trunk on the tusk itself. So just kind of relaxing that trunk there, just making sure, because it is quite a heavy apparatus. That's. But yep, if you're not able to watch the full shows, you can always download our Wild Earth app and make sure that you can watch our highlights, our best bits, and of course each show was including this escape to nature. So yes, make sure that you do download our Wild Earth app. It's nice to watch those best bits because you get all the highlights of the day, and you never know, maybe sometimes you are busy and you miss something, and quickly go and look on the highlight reel, and you can always take a look on the app to see what you have missed. Almost resting the trunk. Sometimes you'll find even these big males, I love it when they do sleep. So sometimes when they do rest and being so large, they don't want to pretty much lie down flat because it could hurt the internal organs. It could be bad for them. It's not the most comfortable, and getting up is quite a mission as well. So sometimes you'll actually find, especially in the Sabi sand, you'll find them always lying against like the banks of rivers or a termite mound, just not completely flat, or even leaning against a tree as well. So I'm just taking a look at the one on the right. You can just see him almost like kind of resting a little bit, resting that back right foot. And sometimes the trunk, you'll just leave the trunk floating a little bit there. I'm just resting it. But no, look, the one on the right looks older to me. Oh, it just looks like the indentations on the forehead are a little bit deeper. And then a little bit closer, yeah? Oh, I didn't see that. Sorry, thanks, Matt. Oh, well, it's gone now. So, oh, there it is. Wow, look at that dust there. It's like a little tornado that's in the background. Look at that. Oh, my word. That is incredible. Hopefully you don't see any animals going up there. Oh, the wrong way. That way. Oh, it's just dying down now. Of course, it has been quite windy. Yesterday was quite windy this side as well, so we had a lot of dust that was blown through the area yesterday. Yeah, Okakuya. Well spotted, Max. Show Max. Alright, let's just take a look at this. I want to take a look at the age here because I just want to double check on this male and see. Not the biggest of tusks. Controls on this thing. I've got no control here. Alright, there it is. Okay. As you can see, it looks like he's got just a one tusk. I don't see the right tusk at all. So I've just got that. Is it? Yeah, he's got the other tusk. I can just barely see it there through. You can see how it's broken off now on the tip here. There's one tusk on his left tusk. So you can see him. He's probably digging for something. Well, here's your old boy. You can see the indentations on his head is deep. So, I mean, I'll rough estimate maybe 45, 50-year-old. Definitely an old boy. He's not a youngster. So he's definitely been through a lot. You can imagine what he's seen. But yeah, that tusk is nicely broken off. So digging roots or bulbs or something, and of course that tusk snapped, or even maybe sparring with another male.
On the 12 days of Christmas, Wild Earth has planned to see 12 hippos hiding, 11 weavers weaving, 10 leopards leaping, 9 ostrich dancing, 8 liner lying, 7 ellies swimming, 6 cheetah chasing, 5 buffalo, 4 calling cubs, 3 giraffes, 2 crocodiles, and a naughty vervet monkey.
Ich hab meinen Durst gestillt, mir scheißegal. Was siehst du, der erste Mann,
what's the ratio between estrogen with females and of course testosterone is with males, but then again, remember females as well has testosterone, but not as I could say as aggressive and as much as in male's testosterone. But estrogen is more for so I think the female side. I'm not 200% with the elephant side of things. I'm not too clear on that. I could always take a look and find that out. But yeah, I'm not too sure on the elephant side of things. But the estrogen, definitely the testosterone on the males is quite high. When it comes to males with the testosterone, it actually can increase quite a bit. And it creates almost that, even gives it musty smell. and a lot of aggression comes through, more so than most animals. And yeah, that's when you don't want to kind of mess with a male. It's not nice at all. So. Well, I did read up about these male elephants here in Etosha, the Kikuyu. Apparently they are one of the largest recorded male elephants, African elephants, that you actually do get. I mean, I have seen some huge ones coming past here, and absolutely giants. It was like definitely over 6 tons. You even saw how small that rhino, that black rhino, looked in comparison with a huge male elephant. So it's definitely 6 tons and maybe even a little bit more. Yeah, these elephants here at Etosha. So yeah, definitely quite the size. But I still, as I said, I still haven't seen a breeding herd. I haven't. I don't know if Alex or Lisa have seen breeding herds coming down here to Okakuyu's pen, but it will be quite nice to see a breeding herd coming through. Alright, thanks Max. So there has been definitely breeding herds coming through. I'm sure there are breeding herds, but I'm just thinking it's weird that I haven't seen. Last time I was here for a couple of days, I didn't see any breeding herds, just males, and now just males again. So yes, I know about the lions, Max. Thank you very much, Max. I definitely heard about the lions, which was fantastic. I think that was with Lisa. Also the lions, which is fantastic, nice to have here. But there is several pans around Etosha, so I mean it's not the only pan. Looks like this one hasn't had enough. It still wants to have a good old drink. Still wants to. He's not even drinking. I think he's just more playing with the water than anything else. He's got nice tusks on him. Not so bad. I like her in the Kruger Park. There's still some fantastic genetics that's going around with male elephants, some big tuskers sitting on the northern side of Kruger, even all the way down to almost just say central Kruger as well, and definitely coming through. And there's also the one in Pridelands. It's what's his name, Izalweni. It's a beautiful male with big tusks that hangs around at Pridelands. Izalweni. So I think Chris had Izalweni the other day, not too long ago. I think it was about maybe a week and a half ago. And it was nice to see that now on that side. So yes, some good genes still coming through, and definitely more so now. And I'm just hoping that you'll find it. Well, I've seen actually quite a few young males that their tusks are really quite a proper size for their age. So I'm sure we're going to get some good tuskers again coming through very shortly. Well, not shortly, but in the next several years. You can see he's actually just resting his trunk on the ground. So exactly what they do sometimes when they're walking on the road, and sometimes when they rest and they kind of have a quick nap. So they'll have like a short interval, like maybe 20-30 minute interval naps. And or when they have that little nap, they'll actually like kind of rest the trunk on the ground. And they are still flapping the ears, still keeping cool, but the trunk will be most of the time situated on the ground itself. Christopher, when you're looking at a female elephant, a female African elephant, it also grows tusks, but not as thick as a male. It will definitely not get as thick as this male's tusks. They can grow also a good length, but not thick. I'm sure a lot of you, if you do watch our safaris at Djuma, you'll find that there's a female called Fang. And you look at her tusks, that one tusk that's actually pretty much grown the opposite direction, but also long. So, and I've seen even longer tusks than that female. So yeah, they definitely get to a proper size, but not as thick. And this one has got definitely short and thick tusks, but still quite pretty. And you always can tell if it's a left-handed or right-handed elephant, so you always will find if it's the one tusk is more worn down compared to the other one, then you know that they use that tusk more so, and it's either the right or the left-hand one. This one hasn't even faced us yet, so I'm just giving him a bit of time to see if he's going to maybe just turn around for us. And see, I skim the top, maybe he'll drink a bit. Maybe he'll have a little bit of a drink. Yep, he's going to have a drink. And see what they do. So many times they'll just kind of, just before they drink, they'll actually just skim the top. They'll actually kind of just push off all the dirt and algae or whatever's floating on top of the water. They just push it to the side. And then of course they'll just kind of suck water from the top of the water. So they won't put their trunk so deep in where they actually suck any sediment up. They'll just skim the top to get as much clean water as possible. I don't think there is water coming in from the pipe at the moment. Maybe they're not busy pumping, but that's why it's not there actually drinking water from the pipe area, because they would usually definitely kind of drink from the inflow. Nice clean water. I'm just going to zoom out a little bit just to see if that other male is still there. I'm sure he's still standing on the side. No, he's gone. Ah, there he is. So just resting that trunk of his. As they're having a quick nap. And we call it a little cat nap. And that's why sometimes it's fortunate with elephants with big tusks, and they can actually kind of wrap their trunk properly over, right over, and they can actually really rest practically almost the entire trunk. can see still a lot of the mud on his back. And that's definitely one way just to keep cool, and as well just to get rid of those parasites. So many times you'll see once they finish wallowing and throwing mud on themselves, they'll head over to certain trees and actually kind of give it a good old rub. And then once they start rubbing that mud off, it actually peels away any kind of parasite. Oh, that impala almost lost its footing in the background there. And it'll actually peel all the parasites away. So it's almost like, oh, again, that springbuck is not doing too well there. That's pretty much in the water and losing his footing. Oh, I don't know what it's doing. It's like standing on a big rock that's in the water. He's not maneuvering around. What are you doing, buddy? Watch your footing. Oh, okay, maybe this elephant is done, and we can zoom out a little bit. Yeah, you can actually see him nicely. Oh, he is absolutely a stunning body. You can just see the size of his head, thickness of his trunk, and I mean that is definitely one of the ways that you can also tell by the age and just by the size and of course those indentations on the head itself, on the temples. But he's lost a little bit of tail hair, or most of his tail hair. It doesn't look like he's got any tail hair left there. And sometimes they can actually lose those tail hairs. And pretty much maneuvering through thick areas, a lot of thorn trees, and sometimes it'll just get snagged onto something, and sometimes just pull off those tail hairs on the elephant's tail. As I've seen, some of them sometimes have like a half a tail or no tail, and sometimes they can even lose the entire tail. It's not the thickest of things on their body, so of course if they are moving at a great speed somewhere and that tail gets snagged on something, and with that weight it's just going to pretty much kind of run the tail off. It's just going to leave the tail behind. Yeah, that's why if you actually go through the bush, when I actually do bush walks and all that, and sometimes you would actually go and find elephant tail hairs. If you actually look at like the real thick areas, your thorny areas, thorny bushes and all that, and like on an animal pathway, pretty much a pathway that animals use to go down to watering holes over and over and over, but it's pretty much overgrown by thorn trees. Just look carefully on those thorns and on the bushes or on the ground itself. The elephants, you'll find the elephant tail hairs just pretty much stuck against the thorn trees or on the ground. And a lot of locals use it. They use it to actually make amazing bangles from elephant tail hairs that's pretty much been lost and all that. So because it's almost like wire. If you ever felt a thin piece of wire, well, that's elephant's tail hairs. It's pretty much, it's very, very thick. You know, well, for hair, that is. Definitely, this elephant is not in a rush to drink. More definitely just kind of playing around, yeah, a little bit of a drink now and again, but he's definitely not in the mood to move anytime soon. That's true. That is so. Those tail hairs to protect you from illness and bring luck. It's the same as baboon tail as well. They use a baboon tail for babies in the Shangaan culture to actually make sure that the baby stays healthy and in good health. That's the main thing for them. It's the same as the elephant hairs. And I've had bangles. From baboon tails. So yes, definitely. It's not as thick. The hair's not nowhere close to that. It's more kind of, I'm going to say, the end of the baboon tail. So it's very short, but you have to kind of really weave it together to make a nice, strong piece of material to actually use as a bangle. It looks like now they're both done with. Both of them are done with drinking. I'm sure this one might also just have a little bit of a quick little nap here. Where the other one is. Let's see. Yeah, so proper 6-ton boys. These. So females are nowhere close to what a male is. The females are around about 4.5. Plus minus 4.5 tons, not as large as the males. A synchronized like ear flapping there, almost. Yeah, definitely, Sonia. It's always nice just to view them just like in their natural ways. And there's no cars here, there's nothing. So it's just really viewing these animals very, very natural here. So, gentle giants. Okay, I'm just going to do a little bit of a scan around, just take a look what else is happening here. Still got a nice little herd of springboks that's still just taking cover in the shade there under the tree.
This is unbelievable. Unbelievable.
Join me, James Hendry, on an odyssey through the most adorable, fascinating, and heart-stopping moments that we have experienced here on Wild Earth.
Yep, definitely got. This is when you call it a dazzle of zebra, and there's definitely quite a dazzle inside the Tokokuyu pan. I can't imagine how many there are there. I think maybe like 30, 40 of them, zebras, all in a row here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, about 40. Actually, even maybe more. That's definitely it. Huge. Oh, no, doesn't got too many. Oh, sorry. All right. Beautiful scene, though, so I can always watch it. It's actually quite a nice scene. If you actually think about the zebras and that always kind of coming down to the watering areas, and all standing in a row like this, even with the gemsbok that's coming into the center as well of the pan. It is always quite a picturesque setting, and just looking at all these stripes, it's incredible. I'm definitely reliant on water quite a bit, so I think that's why these zebras are really back and forth towards the pan on a day that's pretty much quite scorching. Well, as you know, it is 12 days of Christmas, and it's all about the bingo. And of course, those festive games have begun 8 days ago, and I think we're on our 8th day of the bingo board game, a festive theme, a Christmas theme. So definitely look out for our sunset safaris, and I think this afternoon, once again, those bingo boards will be out on the 8th day. Nobody won the bingo yesterday afternoon. There was no completed line. Yes. But yes, I'm sure we will see who wins this afternoon. I'm definitely holding thumbs for all the contestants. So it's still every sunset drive for the next few days until Christmas, and then we will announce the Bingo King on Christmas Day. So let's see how that plays out. I'll definitely keep my eye on that. No, it's exactly max. I don't think I will be winning that prize because I'm not there. But if I was there, I would have definitely won it. I would have taken it long time ago. I'm just joking. You never know. But yes, it's always good to be competitive. You know me, I was brought up with two brothers. There was so much competition always when it came to sport and when it came to impress our parents, and everything was just really kind of competitive, and especially with my older brother and myself. So yeah, I think that's where it comes in. It's like I'm definitely not a person that will take I don't take losing easily. I'm pretty much almost like they say, I'm a bad loser. But this one I will accept. This one I will accept because I was part of it, but like kind of, in a way. So I'll just accept this one, that I will not win this bingo. Anyway, it looks like our two big elephants have decided to also move away. Oh, there they go. Well, once pretty much a dust cloud is busy following them. A lot of little twirlies here. Little whirlwinds all over the show here. It's quite nice to see it, especially picking up all this dust, this loose dust that's situated around here at Tokokuyu. Indeed, that is funny, Max. That is actually quite a funny one. Yeah, I think you just made a funny there. That's definitely a blow dryer on those elephants. Oh yeah. Oh, zebras are getting a fight. They always get a fight. As soon as a bird flies past, they get a fight. As soon as a fish jumps out of the water, they get a fright. Very edgy animals. Egyptian goose. Egyptian goose. Still sitting on his rock as every time. He always sits on his rock. This morning was on his rock. His elevated rock. Elevated Egyptian geese. I think that's definitely one of the blocks on those bingo boards is an elevated Egyptian geese. So I'm sure this one could count. See, if I had a bingo board, I could have put a sticker on Salon. And dancing zebras. Plenty of dancing zebras. I think I would have had a whole studio of dancing zebras. So the one zebra's pretty much taking a bit of a run down to the watering hole. Looks like he might be a latecomer for a drink. Maybe he overslept. All of a sudden it's like, hey, wait for me, I need to come down for my drink. I need to come down for my cup of coffee. Well, he's very excited to get to the water. I'm sure he's excited to get to the water. Let's see. Oh, he's now running past that way. Where is he going now? Maybe he's running after a female. Oh no, all of a sudden he's forgotten about the coffee. Alright. All that way for nothing. What are you doing? Now he's turned around. That's now a confused zebra. A lot of the, of course, we call them actually Cape Crows. So it's not the raven, it's not black raven or anything like that. It's actually a Cape Crow. So I looked into that. So these black raven crows things are Cape Crows. You'll see these birds. We'll just come to there now. And the one in the center. Oh, 3 of them. Oh, on their way. So yeah, so Cape Crows as well, quite widely distributed all the way through down towards, of course, the Cape here in South Africa, hence the name Cape Crow. And they're completely black. And we don't really get them over in Greater Kruger Park. I think it just borders their distribution just borders where Gauteng is to Mpumalanga area, where you'll find most of these Cape Crows, and we'll go all the way into Namibia, Botswana, a little bit in Zambia, not too far in, and then further down you'll find quite a few. I know in the Western Cape, definitely down when I go down to Sedgefield, we do get to see quite a few of them around that side. They pretty much, most of the time they forage on the ground, probing pretty much with these long balls of theirs, and looking for anything like even carrion, just like the crows, looking for little dead animals, or even they can sometimes pick up on something like a little lizards and reptiles, and a kind of little reptile around them, geckos. They'll definitely snatch one of those things up as well. Okay, I'm just going to zoom out a little bit. Still a lot of wind. Oh, look at all the little dust devils coming through. A lot of dust. Well, Don, we've got the 3 crow species. We've got the pied crow, we've got the Cape crow, and we've got also the house crow. So, of course, your pied crow, if you're looking at the pied crow is pretty much around about between 400 to 600 grams, 400 and 600 grams. So that's a pied crow. The Cape crow is definitely small. I think a little bit smaller than a pied crow. I think your Cape crow is around about 350 to about 500 grams. So that's a little bit smaller. So your pied crow is still larger than your Cape crow. And then I think the house crow is the smallest of the 3. And the house crow is around about between 2 to 400 grams. It just shows you that the pied crow still will be the largest of the pied crow will still be the largest of the 3 crow species that we do get. And the pied crow is all over the show. As I said, we'll get them down in the Cape, in Natal, all over in the Southern African area, all over. I'm sure also you know that with Lauren as well, she picks up on a lot of those crows, those pied crows around in Madikwe side. But you must also remember we get the raven, but the raven's distribution is more in also the Western Cape area towards Natal. So the raven and the crow's family is very, very close and very similar. And the raven is definitely by far the largest if it comes to crows and ravens. Your plain raven is around about 700 to 1 kilogram heavy. So your raven is by far much larger than all 3 crow species. But the raven you do not get, the distribution you will not get this side at all. Maybe just south of Namibia, maybe about halfway between Cape Town and Namibia itself, you'll get them in that region, but you won't get them up here in Botswana. Ravens will get up there in Greater Kruger. We'll definitely get ravens that side. Alright, so I'm busy just trying to follow. The springbok just passed just blacksmith lapping. Always nice just to watch these blacksmith lappings. And I saw there was two youngsters around here as well. Just like the ones at where's it? Treehouse Dam. I love those ones. I remember the ones at Treehouse Dam, the blacksmith lappings around that side. It was about maybe 3-4 months ago. We went to go and put like little stumps around the eggs. Make sure no vehicles would drive over the eggs. And it was 4 little eggs. And I see that there is still 2 youngsters, still 2, I can say, I can call them almost juveniles now. That's still around Treehouse Dam, which is fantastic. It seems like those blacksmith lapwings there at Treehouse Dam has been very successful. So I wonder if these ones are just as successful as those to that side. But incredible birds. These are like birds for me. That's just like one of the birds that just got like the heart of a Jack Russell or a lion. You know, it's more Jack Russell because Jack Russell's a small dog, but it's got a heart of a lion. And I think it's the same as your blacksmith lapwings. Anything can come around. If it's coming close to its chicks or its eggs or its nesting site, I tell you, these blacksmith lapwings, they don't take any nonsense. They will definitely try and dive bomb that predator, or even over the time when I try to put those sticks around those eggs, they won't bomb you like anything. So, yeah, they definitely know how to protect their areas. And same as I think I've told that story many a time with those elephants coming down. That I think is still one of my most amazing sightings with a bird. And there was of course the 2 blacksmith lapwings protecting its eggs, and a whole herd of elephants, of about 15-20 elephants coming down to the dam. And the next moment these 2 blacksmith lapwings did not budge, they did not move, they flared their wings out. They went crazy, the typical calling of theirs, and to make sure that the matriarch heard them. And she stopped. She kind of investigated, of course, sniffed the air, flared her ears out, sniff, where this blacksmith lapwing was going crazy. And of course, she kind of went around the nest itself, and the rest of the herd followed suit. And they all went around the nesting area. It was fantastic. It was incredible. And yeah, it was definitely one of the most amazing things I've seen what a bird can do. So yeah, it's definitely a bird with a lion heart, or heart of a lion. Well, Cynthia, you're more than welcome. It was definitely nice just to take a look around with Okuya and what's happening here in Namibia with the black rhinos and all the zebras, and of course the 2 big male elephants that made their presence known as well, which was fantastic. And yes, definitely, once again, it's always nice just to be on escape to nature and just to see what nature has to deliver. And there's always something incredible happening throughout the show. So I just definitely want to say thank you for all the amazing questions and comments that everybody sent through this for this show. It has definitely been fantastic. Once again, it's been nice answering as many as I could, and there was some interesting ones that did come through as well. But it keeps us on our toes, it keeps us excited, it keeps us also moving forward, which is always very important. As I say, nature, you can never write nature on rock. It's always, things play out differently sometimes, and it's always nice just to learn different things on different areas. But yeah, definitely was, once again, a wonderful escape to nature. But please remember, stay tuned. Straight after Escape to Nature, Penguin Beach will be coming up down from the Western Cape at Betty's Bay. Definitely always nice to go and watch those penguins and all those cormorants And I'm hoping that the weather is fantastic that side, because I know Betty's Bay could get quite interesting. But have a wonderful day and enjoy Penguin Beach.